Can we all just take a moment to sit back and remember how fucking cool it was when Levi killed the Beast Titan for the first time, and then warn, because nothing in AOT will ever be that cool again. God damn it. Okay. Why? Why did my ship get stuck? I don't understand what could possibly be happening. I have power. My ion storage tanks are empty. How? This needs 5 check marks to launch. One of the check marks is making sure that I have over 10,000 ion stream in this tank. How the fuck did I go through that much in one journey? There's no possible way. Your threshold, 10,000 in this tank probably means I have like 100,000 in the whole system. I feel like when I think might be happening, I wish it was see, the code doesn't have a, what do you call it when you can test your code easily? There's a name for this stupid shit where your code is like easily testable. Should I could set this at 20,000, I guess. Oh, unit testing or whatever. I feel like, I wonder if what's happening is if somehow it's getting stuck in a loop and it's launching, landing or something. Maybe? It shouldn't be launching unless when this is full. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I used 100K as my threshold. 100K? What are you talking about? It's one tank. It can only hold 25K. Dipshittiest. Okay, whatever. I have to switch to ion thrusters or antimatter, so I'm gonna make a single engine ship, which I think I can do. You think I can make an antimatter single engine ship and go save that one? Maybe. Fuck me. The tank fills super quickly before it flows to the engines. It might mean that the engines... Ah, look. Now this is a thinker. This guy here is a thinker. Yeah, true. That's almost absolutely what's happening. The first tank is probably filling instantly, or almost instantly. It's filling incredibly quickly, but it hasn't flowed through to the rest of the system yet. So what's happening is this tank will fill almost instantly, and then it'll take off. But, well, hold on. Hold on a moment. How, but no, hold on. No, hold on, I'm rejecting this. How do these empty that quickly, though? There's no way. How could they empty so fast? We're gonna watch. We're gonna watch what happens. Okay. This was set to 10K. First, I've gotta build some stupid ass fucking ship to go save this dumbass fucking ship. Maybe I can do it with a single engine ion shit. Maybe. I don't even fucking know. We'll find out. Boom, boom, boom. If you had like exactly 11K ion stream to fuel with and then ran out and made more slowly with an occupied hair, I guess that could happen. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm getting trolled or not. I banned another 20 people in the subreddit today. I can't tell if I'm getting... I can't tell if I'm getting trolled or not. I truly don't know anymore. Wait, did... I don't know. I'm just banning all of you. I'm just banning all of you. What some of these... I find it surprising and strange that Destiny speaks with such authority in subjects like politics and philosophy and always talks about the importance of proof and prop logic, but doesn't get fundamental middle school level math topics? You were multiplying exponents together in middle school? I was in advanced math my entire life, and we did the quadratic equation in 8th grade. What fucking school are you going to where you're multiplying exponents in 6th grade? I don't believe you guys saying yes. I don't believe you guys saying yes. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, because when I got to college, the math that I saw you, no offense, hold on, I'm not trying to talk shit, but the math that I saw people doing in college was insane. Like, people were learning algebra their freshman year. Holy shit. There's no way you're telling me that it's normal that you guys are doing like fucking polynomial crazy shit in 7th grade. I don't believe you guys. I don't believe it. I don't believe you guys. I think you're fucking trolling me. I think you're trolling me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Circuit threshold that looks at content of all connected tanks. Well, no, I mean, I could hook all the tanks up. I just didn't think I needed to. Didn't you say you took Algebra 1 in 8th grade? Yeah, but I was in like the ultra accelerated math course. I don't think we were doing exponents of exponents either. Like, I don't know if we were doing like x squared or any of that shit. Or maybe we were. Also, maybe we were and I forgot, okay? That was 20 years ago. I can't, it feels so weird to say it. It was 20 years ago for me. How old are you in 8th grade? 13? It was like 21 years ago for me. And people are like, how does he not even know how to do blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, just because you learned this yesterday in class. Jesus Christ. We were doing quadratic stuff since 6th grade. Also, didn't you go to a super nice private high school? I went to a super nice private grade school and high school. And I feel like we started to learn like a lot of algebra. I want to say it was in 8th grade. It was when we started like big algebra stuff. And I'm pretty sure my freshman year of high school was pre-calc. So I don't know what all public schools you guys are going. We are learning a ton of exponent shit in 4th and 5th and 6th grade. Unless all of you guys are like fucking doing like Calc 3 Diffie Q in fucking high school. All of you guys must be math geniuses. Maybe all of you guys are math geniuses. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm a fucking retard. Maybe all of you guys are. All of you guys are just so smart, okay? I'm a fucking retard. I'm a retard, okay? You guys are Destiny viewers, of course. When did you do geometry? I think geometry was part of I don't think I took a whole year of geometry. Because if you wanted to get through a lot of calc in high school, you couldn't do like a full year, I don't think, of geometry. It was like, it was like a subsection of like, it might have been pre-calc and trig, or pre-calc and, I think pre-calc and trig might have been done together. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It seems like 8th and 9th grade is average for algebra now. Sure, yeah, I can believe that. That sounds about right. If you're doing like, if you're like at where you're supposed to be, that sounds about right. But but people acting like or wait, what is middle school to you guys? 6th, 7th, 8th grade? I don't know. Fuck you guys. I just ban all of you. I don't care. I don't care. I will ban all of you. I'll do it. Jesus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Usually when things start out with like, here's all the cool things we've done, usually something is happening where something bad is happening. But okay, whatever, don't care. How's the old meta? It's slowly fighting its way back up. 142. What did I buy in at? Was it 160? So I think I can sell in, how long ago did I buy it? I think I can sell in like 8 months. Whew, damn. Zuck is bringing us back from the brink, guys. 56% gain since November. You can do it.
Sassy always gets what she...
Stop. Okay. Okay. Time to buy more? Yeah, true. Oh, I can drag people in while I build this stupid shit. You think any of these people are awake? Oh, I know this guy's awake.
I was in advanced placement, 1 year ahead, in 6th grade pre-algebra. It did go over multiplying exponents at the very end.
What's up?
My mother is in 8th grade.
I've been waiting so long, so many times. I take an hour or two out of my day to wait in this call. So I got a notepad file. I have to close chat because I'm gonna get triggered of things I need to talk about. But I'll start with the important one. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Do you remember Durherder, DHD?
Yeah.
Okay. He has been playing a game that I think is the perfect sequel to the Factorio.
No,
era.
Why?
It's called
Whatever.
Foxhole?
Yeah, I'm not playing it, but go ahead. Tell
Okay.
us.
Well, I'll just say, I'll pique your interest. I'm gonna inception this into your mind. It's gonna float around, and you're gonna love it. Okay. It's a gigantic map. As far as I know, there's 2 factions. It's like a war game.
Somebody kicked him. I don't know who or how. It was either RTBA or Cake. Are you awake?
Yep. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
What up?
I'm good. I'm good.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess I had. Interestingly, actually, I had one thing I was interested in kind of talking to you about a bit.
Okay.
So I think Irrelevant came on yesterday talking about, his kind of difficulties with dating and the like and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed in part of the chat, there's kind of this like sentiment of, oh, well, and technically it is true, right? Like he just kind of has to like get out of his comfort zone. He just has to do, essentially various things that like he currently isn't doing to like get better at this stuff.
Okay.
And while I think that's true, I don't think that I think people present it in a manner that like suggests that like they personally don't understand why that might be difficult for someone. And so I kind of wanted to like maybe have you like talk a bit more about like that in particular, because I think, to be fair, I think it's more of like an experience that like you kind of have to have experienced being in that position to know why like someone might not feel like they either can or are able to, same thing, they feel that they're able to essentially like do that stuff properly, even if it is technically easy.
Okay, what is the question?
Well, the question is more like, the question is more along the lines of like, I guess, do you and people maybe who are making those sorts of comments like understand why someone would feel that sort of stuff is difficult for them?
Going on and talking to people?
Yeah. Well, just not just talking to people, but specifically like going out and trying to meet people for the intent of actually being friends with them, right? Or at least trying to like build connections with them.
Sure, yeah, that's probably, I can imagine that could be difficult for a variety of reasons, yeah.
Yeah. It's just that like I find that in these discussions, people will either fall on the like, you gotta baby the person and pretend that like it's like the hardest thing in the world, or they'll like fall on the other side and just be like, oh well, it's obvious, it's super obvious, of course. And it's like, well, I mean, it is technically obvious, but like that's not the point. The point isn't that like, oh man, it's like they just don't know and they're like putting their like their metaphorical head in the sand. It's that like there is a lot that is probably like incentivizing them to not do the things that they need to do, and like that has to be dealt with, as opposed to just like telling them, oh yeah, of course, like you should just put yourself out there more. It's like, yeah, no shit. So yeah, I that was like the.
Or you're just saying that it can be hard to make new friends and talk to people, and you should be aware that it can be hard to make new friends and talk to people.
Kind of, but like, I guess I'm just mentioning more of like that when people like think about this, especially if they're talking to their like their friend or whatever, or talking to someone that they know, like try to like, I don't know, ask a bit more questions than just like, have you tried this? Have you tried this? Have you tried this? And like actually try to like get to the bottom of, okay, the obvious shit, like they're not trying it for a reason. Let's try to figure out what's going on there. I don't know. That's just kind of the way I see
I guess. I mean, the whatever the answer is, they're gonna have to like do a lot of practice in real life to get over it, right?
Sure. Yeah. There's no getting around the practice, right? Like, yeah. So you're never gonna tell them, oh, if you take care of this, you'll be fine. Like, you at some point have to just get up and do it. It's just that like what's making someone not want to do it or whatever is usually gonna be more than just, holy shit, I just didn't realize that I just needed to go outside. Like,
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. It's just an attitude that I think should kind of be like maybe examined a bit for people. And I get it, especially if you haven't had those difficulties. Like, it seems relatively simple, but like for some people it's not as simple. So
Gotcha. I'll keep it in mind.
but yeah, that's it. So
All right.
kick me if you want.
Have fun. Be careful.
All right, stay safe.
Terrorist Timo. Hello. Really then? Okay. Good story. The Etnies. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. How you doing?
Not that great, to be honest.
Well, I'm sorry. Why is that?
I spent like 2 hours building a computer and it does not start, so I'm kind of at a loss of mental capacity right now. But
Did you flip the power I/O switch in the back or whatever? Or the power supply?
Yeah, I definitely did that. Trust me.
Let's see. You flip the switch. When you push the power button, nothing happens. Is that what's going on?
No, I have a. It says so when you start a PC on the motherboard, there's like lights on the side which tell you there's a reason why it's not turning on. I think the fucking RAM light is on.
Did you try resetting the RAM?
Yeah, like 10 times. I tried one RAM. It's just I don't know. I'm just lost. I need to reset maybe or something. My brain cannot.
Well, hold on. Well, this should be easy to troubleshoot. You've got 2 sticks of RAM, I'm guessing, dual channel.
Yeah, dual channel.
Both sets of RAMs are not bad. Both of them can't be bad. That's not possible. The motherboard's probably not bad.
No chance. So all the parts are brand new.
Yeah. Did you look up on the? Are you putting the RAM in the right channel? Sometimes it starts on like the second or fourth slot instead of the first or third.
I checked the manual second and fourth slot.
Okay, so you're putting it in slot 2. You're sure you seated it correctly?
Yeah, I mean, if I push more, I might break it.
Usually when you push it in, when you press down on it, it'll usually cause the clips to clip in automatically.
See, that hasn't happened automatically.
Are you sure
and I'm not sure
setting it correctly? Because typically when you push, this is just in every motherboard I've worked on, but the newer ones might be different. Usually if you push the RAM in on the side, you should leave the side clips open, and then when you push it down on one side and then push it down the other, usually whichever side is the open clip, usually it'll come in automatically, and it'll automatically clip in.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen?
with the with my old PC, well, the one I'm currently using, when you press the sticks in, it like the pin comes back in like on a gun basically on a revolver, but on the new motherboard, it doesn't do the same thing. I don't know if there is a difference maybe between DDR4 and DDR5, maybe, so it doesn't like pop back in. I'm not even sure, honestly.
It might need quite a lot of pressure. I don't know if DDR5 is different.
What's happening, everybody?
Generally, they're notched one way, or they were with DDR4, 3, and 2, where you can only put the RAM in like a certain way. Like you can't put it in the wrong way.
Yeah, I know, because there's certain like it has to perfectly align and due to the pins.
Did you hold on? I'm just watching this guy put this in real quick. 3 months old. Oh my fucking god! Put it in.
4 fingers at a minimum. So
The thing is, this is not my first
really
PC I built, so it's
and then snaps
I'm not even sure.
I don't know why I feel like you should be hearing that snap if you're seating it correctly. Did you
For
check?
him, it seems like for him it's snapped in.
Yeah. Did you check? What kind? Do you know the RAM and motherboard? Are you sure they're compatible?
Oh yeah, I checked as I was ordering the parts. I used what's the website called, the PC part
PC part
thing,
picker.
whatever.
Yeah.
Part picker, and everything was fine. The only thing it's told me about compatibility there is I just need to what's it called, update the BIOS due to like the CPU something, I'm not sure, but
Yeah, but if it's not even getting past your, I don't know if it's still called post anymore for the UEFI, but if it won't even boot, then you can't do that. I don't think.
yeah, it's not even booting. Like there's power, everything lights up, but it just gets stuck on the DRAM check on the motherboard, and it just stays there. So
Do you need RAM to get into the UEFI, guys? Does anybody know?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember if you can get into the UEFI or not. Yeah, people are saying yes.
Without that, it's no way you get in it.
Gotcha.
Because the thing is, there's no Windows on the M2 at all, so or anything, right? So I would have to like install and everything. I had a stick ready for it.
No. Hold on.
Just,
I don't mean booting into Windows. I mean just do you call it BIOS?
Yeah. I need to get
the
into
BIOS. Technically, it's not called BIOS anymore. It's called UEFI. But yeah, okay. The only other thing I would suggest is try pushing harder. There's no way both sticks are bad, and the motherboard's probably not bad. Make sure that it's seated correctly, and then try pushing harder. But yeah, okay. Sorry. Anyway, I know you weren't calling for this. Sorry. Anyway, what's up?
Well, yeah. I was gonna ask about what was the name? I saw the some Reddit posts about like you going back to League possibly. Now I wasn't there for the time you did play League, so I'm not sure why is everybody complaining exactly. I'm just wondering straight
League
up,
is just
honestly, because I wasn't watching the live streams back when you
League
did play
is
League.
bad.
So.
That's a bad hombre. We're not going back to League. Okay, that can't happen.
Yeah, thank fuck. It's definitely not gonna happen, right? Please,
No,
we
it's
need
not
some
gonna
insurance
happen.
here.
It's not gonna happen. Probably
All right.
not. Unless I find a
Thank
really
fuck.
hot girl that wants to play, who's really
Thank-
cool. But if I find that,
Thank
maybe
fuck.
okay.
I mean, I spent a lot of years playing League, but I stopped playing it. God bless. So I hope you don't go back to it, because that thing only can ruin your fucking life. Honestly,
Okay. Well,
nothing good can come out of it.
true.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask that, but it derailed into fucking tech support. So
Okay. Well,
sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I don't know. I'm gonna try some more things tomorrow. If not, worst case scenario, I have to go take it like to a PC shop, and they should fucking handle it. I guess.
Don't. You should learn to troubleshoot. Those guys don't know anything about fucking. Most of them are fucking retarded. If they fix it, it's probably something that you can fix on your own. So keep. Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. What the fuck do these guys know? Yeah. It's just like there's only so many
Wait,
things you
hold
can
on.
What?
I heard, so when I was heating the CPU in, I swear to God, if the fucking pins are bent. When I was seating the CPU in, there's like the plastic cover on top. And when you're swinging the thing in, does it usually click? I swear to God, if it fucking doesn't usually, because
Yeah, it clicks. You
I
didn't break.
remember
You didn't. Nobody
yeah.
bends pins. That never happens. Everybody's always worried about it, but it doesn't happen.
Because
unless
it's
you literally drop something inside the fucking socket.
No,
Yeah,
no.
you're not. No. You're fine. Everybody.
No,
Yeah.
because it's a fucking LGA socket. Those are so easy to fucking do. If it was an AMD one, I would actually
Sure.
contemplate that I maybe bent the fucking
Yeah,
pins,
AMD
but-
ones are a little bit weird, but nobody's bending pins. You're fine. That didn't happen. It might be a snap if that plastic cover is popping off, and sometimes there's even a
Yeah.
little bit of a snap if you're just putting in one without like a thing at all. You might hear the lever snap or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, the plastic popped off, and then I heard like a pop. So I was like,
you're fine. You're fine.
Oh god.
Only retards are bending pins on Intel CPUs. If you're doing that, you don't deserve to have a computer anyway. It's better that it died because it would have lived a horrible life under you regardless. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, I agree with that. Yeah, it's just disappointing. I spent so much fucking money on the parts, and I was hoping I would get it working by today, but
you can
like not.
Just go fucking work with it. Here, this is all you can do. This is what those guys will do. Okay, this is the only thing that can possibly happen. One is you have to assume that your CPU. Or I'm sorry, your motherboard and your RAM are compatible. I'm assuming you did that correctly. You didn't fuck that up. If you fucked that up, that's on you. Second thing is...
I even double checked.
Sure, okay, I believe it, yeah. Second thing is just take the RAM and try seating it. I think your PC will boot even if the RAM is in the wrong slot. I think it will. It might not, but I think it will. But if it doesn't, just make sure that it's seated in, read the motherboard. It'll say on the motherboard, A0, A1, B0, B2, or B0, B1, whatever the fuck it says on there. It'll say exactly which RAM slots are active. Make sure that you're putting in the right one. If that doesn't work, try a different slot. Try both things of RAM. If it's not, make sure that you're pushing it down hard enough to properly seat it. Because if it's not pushed down hard enough, and that thing should snap. Sometimes for RAM, you got to push it down pretty hard. It feels really weird. Sometimes even harder than the CPU lever. But push it down. If you're not getting that thing clicking automatically, I don't think that it's being seated properly, because you should be able to push it in and have the latch snap automatically, not with you closing it. It should snap as you seat it. But if those two things don't work, then the only other thing they'll do is they'll probably swap out a motherboard and try another one to make sure the RAM works. And then if that doesn't work, they'll try swapping out a RAM, and then they'll tell you your motherboard is bad. Those are the only possible things they can do. There's no magic a CPU repair shop guy can do. Like, that's it.
I mean, yeah, the easiest thing I can try right now is just fucking try and push the things in. And
Yep, push them in. Go do it.
Fuck it, what happens? We'll see, I guess.
You got it.
All right, well, yeah, nice streams. Keep it up.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, bud.
Yeah. Good luck. See you.
Bye. Doo-dum. Why'd you tell me to stalk this guy? King of Sway. I don't know. Why do you use belts more than logistics robots? Because on space exploration, logistics robots get fucked. It's weird. Hello, what do you want? Oh, cool. You're just not going to talk to me?
Hello?
Hello.
You hear me okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Thanks for dragging me in. I guess I have a few questions. First one is regarding your political capital take. And sometimes I feel like it proves too much. And I guess an example of what I mean by this is, so a while ago you had a conversation with, I think his name is Mr. Beat. And the question is like, why isn't marijuana legal? And you sort of kind of mentioned that we don't have the political capital for it at the time. But then, 1 week later, Biden does all this stuff with marijuana, and he pardons marijuana usage. Mm-hmm. And so, to me, that's sort of a vague use of the political capital kind of invocation, because I think there are times you can use it. Like, for example, when you're talking to a graper and he's asking, "Oh, why aren't they working on the border or immigration?"
Well, I feel like, to be clear, just on that example, I feel like I'm vindicated on that example. We didn't really have the political capital to do anything about marijuana, which is why Biden did it via executive action, right? You don't need political capital for the president to do something. When I'm talking about political capital, I'm talking about Congress doing something. The president can do whatever the fuck he wants.
I see. Mm-hmm. So when people complain about the president doing, not being able to do X or Y, that's not a political capital question then, right? Or
no, the president can do. The president is president. He can sign whatever executive order action. Like Trump didn't need. Like for instance, Trump didn't have It didn't seem like it. I would have thought at the time, but Trump didn't have like the political capital to do a lot with the wall. But he could do some things with an executive action. He did have the political capital for the tax bill, obviously, because he got the tax bill passed. But yeah, when I say political capital, I'm usually talking about, because political capital implies that you need to gather and spend something to get something, and you don't have to do that as the president. You can just fucking, swing your pen around and write whatever law you want. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So then, I guess what are the criteria of when to use political capital, and when, like, as an argument, or when it's not, appropriate to use it?
Well, I mean, you should expend political capital on whatever things you feel are important, right?
No, I understand that. I mean, like, if something isn't happening, can I always claim it's because of political capital, or is it, because of another reason? Is it always political capital, the reason something's not happening?
Oh, I mean, I guess it depends on how you define political capital. Usually when I'm talking about political capital, I'm kind of just vaguely referencing to, like, do you have like popular support to actually pass something, or is there something that you can give on or compromise on to get like a particular thing done? That's vaguely usually what I'm referencing when I talk about like political capital.
Sure. So if someone were to show you like polling, saying, oh, this looks like it's very popular, how come, Congress isn't doing something about it? Would you then be able to say, because we don't have the political capital, or would you, say, I don't know, maybe they're working on it or something like that?
Yeah, I generally don't believe those things exist. I think if they're really popular, I think they tend to get passed through Congress.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people will fight with me on that, but I think that the mistakes that most people make when it comes to analyzing popular things that aren't getting passed is there might be an idea that's popular that won't get passed, but it hasn't seen itself like thrown up in any actual type of legislation. So people will say like, oh, like marijuana legalization is popular. And broadly speaking, that's probably true. But when people talk about legalizing marijuana, opinions are going to start to change when you talk about things like recreational use versus medical use or stuff like that, or what types of legalization should exist. And then when you start to get into the minutiae there, you start to find out that people's opinions aren't as aligned as they appear to be.
Okay, got it. Another question I had was regarding the the Hassan clip on why Hitler was bad or whatever, and everyone kind of jokes on it, and I kind of get why, but like I feel like the full context of that clip is like, Hitler, he's bad because he killed Jews, and then second on that list is like. Second or third or whatever on that list is like because he invaded other countries. Like, I feel like, isn't that just like a pretty milquetoast take?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, like, he was pretty aggressive and like fucking rolling his empire around Europe. The invasions of countries and the stealing land from people and shit was pretty fucking bad, I think. It was pretty bad. He's probably more well known for the genociding shit than anything else, but like the invading countries and everything, I think was pretty bad.
Yeah, but like, I don't think Hassan would disagree with that, right? Like he's probably worse because he killed a lot of those Jews, but like second or third could be invading, right?
Yeah, it could be, but it's always fun to like shit on Hassan and laugh at him. So
I don't know. I feel like if someone did that to you, you'd be pretty mad about that as well, right?
Yeah, maybe, probably, yeah. But Hassan does a lot of things that makes me mad, so
Yes, fair.
I would have to remember the full I'm trying to think of when he made that statement too. Like the way that he said it, like I imagine he probably, given a chance to restate it more reasonably, probably wouldn't be as bombastic as he was, which is fair. But I'm gonna ding him on that one because it's kind of funny. Let me listen to this real quick. 1 second.
Like you feeling better, but like you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe 8th down the line.
it was also in the context of the Crimean shit. I think it was pretty bad too. But
Yeah, I mean, I'll totally give you that. Like,
Sure.
his Ukraine takes were awful, but I just feel like, the.
I mean,
that
if you're looking
individual
for like
part,
an ultra charitable, like pamper Hassan shit, like I'm charitable enough to. I'm like, you're not gonna find that here. That's not. I'm not here to fucking babysit Hassan through his fucking dog shit misspeaks or political takes or insane hyperbole while defending like a fascist country. Like I'm not gonna do that here. But like in terms of like, if you were to ask me honestly, does Hassan think that like nobody was mad about Hitler invading like countries and shit? Like yeah, I mean I'm sure he realizes that. But yeah, but I'm not here to like to baby him through that. Fuck him.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. It's just that it feels weird that when you get like super angry when someone kind of pulls you out of context like that, like,
Yeah, but I mean he does it to me all the time anyway. Like.
does he do it, or like does his community
No,
do it?
he
Or?
strawmans the fuck out of me in way more malicious ways than that. Yeah, all the time, constantly. Pretty sure he's called me fucking like racist alt-right. He has his chat spam racial slurs about me. Maybe he's called me an incel. I don't remember, but like,
Okay.
Fuck Hassan. But he probably thinks that it's not good that Germany invaded people. Would be my guess. But still, fuck him.
Sure. Okay. And then my last question is regarding like I guess who you should be friends with. And one of the interesting things is, I totally can see that people can have friends with people with can be friends with people with conflicting opinions, but are there some thresholds that you shouldn't be friends with? Meaning, for example, if I'm friends with a conservative, I don't really think that's a big deal. But if, let's say, he starts saying, black people are just like bad and stuff like that, like, I guess what is that? What is a threshold for a friendship should be?
I have no idea. I'm not gonna be able to define. I'm not gonna be able to give any hard, rigid definition here. That's a really rough one. It's probably gonna depend on like how you associate with somebody. Like my standards for political views of my wife are gonna be a lot higher than like strangers at a bar, or like coworkers, or friends that I just play games with, or like close friends. Like all of these things are gonna vary quite a bit, I think.
Would you, I guess, ever be friends with? Is there ever a point you'd be friends with someone who has just really outlandish and maybe vitriolic opinions?
Probably, yeah. Just depends on the circumstances, I would imagine.
And so I guess the second point to that is, do you really care about like the opinions itself, or would you, sacrifice that friendship based off your opinions, or is the friendship, I guess, come first?
It's I can't give a blanket thing. It's gonna totally depend, right? Like I could probably be friends with like kind of like a racist conservative type, because it's just not going to come up much. But like if we were hanging out with another friend and they were like, oh, why do you hang out with those N-words? I'm probably not going to be friends for very long. So I mean, like it super depends on the context of the friendship and how it plays out and like what things are popping up as a result of that friendship.
Okay. Got it. All right. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, have fun. Bye. Terrorist team up. Weren't you just in here?
Yes, I was. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sweet. My phone was fucking up for whatever reason. So.
Oh, I didn't talk to you. Okay, what's up? Hello?
Oh, you said hold on one second.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought I said, oh, hey, what's up? But go ahead. Oh. What's going on?
So I got a relationship question.
Oh, amazing.
So, me and my wife been together for 8 years now.
Awesome.
We've been married for 3 of them. We're in a closed marriage,
Cool.
and she's bi, I'm straight. We went up to Milwaukee the other day, and just to get away from the kids and just go out and get drunk and have fun.
Yeah, fuck them.
Turns out she's in Milwaukee 11, because she had women like essentially fawning all over her for every single bar we went to, and all of them were pretty much like asking the same question, like, oh, hey, she's hitting on me a lot right now and being very flirty. Are you guys in an open marriage? I was like, no, we're not. Like, it doesn't really bother me that she was doing it, but it was definitely leading up to that question. It's like, how much do I actually, because it's obviously something that she really is interested in, or seemingly it seems like she's really interested in it, but it's hard to figure out how to properly broach the conversation with her, I guess.
I mean, if you're like a typical guy, it's kind of like the best of all worlds, right? Theoretically, I mean, even watching a wife with a girl could be hot, having threesomes can be hot. You're not threatened because of masculinity issues. Like, yeah, what's the...
So the main one of the main issues is I do feel like it would probably be unfair to her because I am not interested in having a threesome with like another guy. It's just not something.
Yeah, you have to have a conversation. You've got to be ultra clear about it right at the start. Like, hey, I think it would be really fun if we do this, but like, would it bother you if I never wanted to do it? Like, you just have to have like an ultra frank conversation like that. Like, that's all you can do.
Okay. I mean, she's a pretty pragmatic person, so I'm hoping that this will go well. But that was the main thing that I wanted to talk about. I've got a bunch of other stuff. A, are you Coke Zero pilled?
Yeah, I am.
Now.
Super Coke Zero
it is
pilled. Yeah. It's just the
so
best.
good.
Yeah, it's the best. Like cheating, yeah.
Yeah. On what the other guy was saying, my best friend has the worst take on gay people, and he's just like, because of his religion, he's just like, yeah, gay people are an abomination, like, they're gonna burn in hell, and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also like, but they're people, and we shouldn't fucking treat them any differently. And he has gay friends, and he's like, yeah, I'm cool with them. I like them as people. I just know they're going to burn in hell whenever they get there. And I'm like, that's not going to stop me from being friends with them. It's like,
That seems like a fun take, no? Isn't that about the best you can hope for a religious person?
Yeah, pretty much. And so I'm like, it shouldn't stop me from being friends with him. It's just like, you know, it's like you said. It's like when he starts acting on those beliefs and, like, you know, discriminating against gay people or whatever, then it's like, yeah, then we're going to have a very serious talk about this.
Okay.
But until that point, I feel like it's probably fine.
Yeah, probably.
So, I have a question for you, a clarifying question, I should say.
Okay.
So, when you are talking about the trans genocide, you say that we shouldn't use the word genocide because it evokes really strong feelings, and everyone kind of has a thing in their mind that they bring up when they say genocide, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also seem to be, this is the clarification, are you also okay with using the word rape for having a wide variety of options? Because when most people think rape, they think, you know, some woman getting, like, pinned down in a dark alley getting, you know, penetrated by some guy.
No, not really. I wish that conversation was a lot different too. I don't like that, but what are you gonna do?
Okay. So that's what I was like, I feel like rape is in the same category as genocide, in the sense that it's like, there's not a good other word we can use for it, and if we try and bring these other topics in and lump them all up as one thing, it kind of dilutes the power of that that word.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Okay. I watched you like 4 or 5 years ago, and it was kind of like lukewarm on you. And then I picked you up again recently, back in like August or September, and I've been really enjoying your content and your takes on everything. And I've been kind of watching back through all the Mr. Girl shit and trying to look through some of your better things you've posted on your YouTube. One thing that I feel like doesn't make sense for when you're talking about like nature versus nurture, you talk about how different genes are expressed differently based on your environment. So ultimately there is no genetic, you can't say that something is just genetic because it has to be activated through the experience that you're in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't we be able to say the same thing about like someone's eye color, their skin color, or the way their body develops can't be genetic, because we all start as women in the womb, and whether or not we
Wait, hold on. I totally lost where this question came from or was going. Can you try that again? Sorry.
Sorry. So you're saying that nature versus nurture, you can't have a good distinction because a lot of genes require are activated or suppressed based on, you can have two, twins, and if they're raised in different environments and have to go through different, stressors that affect their body, they can express those genes differently from person to for each of those different twins, right?
Yeah, a little. I mean, I'd be careful. Like, there are some things that are more genetically driven than others. Like, that's definitely a thing. You just have to be careful how strong you're making those nature versus nurture statements. But
okay, because I was essentially where I was going was that most things are expressed based on the environment that we're in, even when we're developing in the womb. Like,
yeah, everything is necessarily.
Yeah, pretty much everything is. So then it's really hard to kind of brush aside the genetics of that part of the argument for nature versus or at least it seems to me like you more easily brush aside talking points about people talking about the genetics having more of a what's the word, like more of a sway in someone's disposition, whether or not they're trans or gay or whatever. Wait,
hold on. What is the? Or hold on, I'm lost. What is the question? Or
my thing is, it seems like you brush off a lot of the people that bring up genetics as an option, as one of the reasons that someone could be gay or someone could be trans or someone.
Do I really brush? Oh, if I brush it off, I don't mean to.
Okay.
I mean, genetic. It's gonna, like, why somebody is. I'm pretty sure I've said multiple times. The reason, actually, I just said this even 2 days ago when I think Ayla was talking about sexual fetishes developing. When it comes to like gayness or transness or whatever, any LGBT stuff, like I imagine there's some complicated factor or combination of like genetics and environmental factors through like your genes versus like early development that determine that type of stuff. I'm sure it's some. I don't know what the. I'm not gonna make a strong statement. I don't know. Like gay might be fully genetically like a thing formed in the womb, or that might be something that develops, in early adolescence or something. I have no idea. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, from what I've read, it's a mix between the two.
Probably, yeah.
It seems to be there's some genetic disposition to it versus there being some nurturing, your experiences help define that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So, I have a hot take, and I want your opinion on it.
Okay, go for it.
I would like to argue that whether or not someone's like gay, straight, or bisexual or whatever is pretty much just an extension of what your regular sexual preferences are, where like you may like a tall person, a short person, a bigger person, a skinnier person. I think that whether or not you like men or women or both is just an extension of whatever your regular sexual preferences are.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I would prove or disprove this.
So,
it's an interesting thought, but yeah.
So do you think that pedophiles, let's say, can choose whether or not they're attracted to minors?
Not generally, no, I don't think so.
And I would say the same thing for, like, personally, I have a thing for Hispanic women. I didn't choose to have, a preference for Hispanic women. It's just kind of something that I learned along the way. And I don't think I get to, I think in the same way, you don't get to choose whether or not, being gay is not a choice. Mm-hmm. Being bi is not a choice. So I think that it makes sense in my mind that it falls along the same lines of, it's just a disposition that you're born with. It just happens to be a stronger disposition than other sexual preferences.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't think I necessarily disagree with that. The question is always like, I guess, where exactly do the dispositions come from? Like how much you're born with versus how much develops in like adolescence or early childhood or whatever, right?
Yeah. And I am actually 100% with you in the sense that I don't think that, most people can generally know what their sexual preferences are until they're at least like 10 or something like that, when they actually start not having sexual preferences, but like realizing whether or not they like boys or girls. Generally, they don't do that, and they don't have the ability to even have that sexual preference until they get to a certain age where they're even desiring someone else.
Okay.
Which is something I think you said. But yeah, that's about all I had for right now. So I don't know how to hop out of here.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful.
All right, everyone.
I need to get here with 125 megajoules. Is that what MJ stands for in my battery, so that I have enough to fly back, I think. Cynthia G knows your dog whistling.
How many bandits does it take to convince a man of no color that they're not a degenerate bandit? Right now, you got...
Oh, bandit is another word that these communities use to talk about black men a lot as well. I think this works.
Situation of how many bandits do it take to screw in a light bulb. The destiny is not going. It's like you can get 10 different bandits on this panel. The results will be the same. You're going to sound dumb, stupid, misinformed, and like a liar and degenerate. And people are going to start questioning why the women in your community isn't even giving birth to you. Now, Destiny lightly hinted at it and said, well, black women, you're having children with these men without taking birth control. You know they're going to run out on you. So he can hint at the fact that you should not be birthing this level of degeneracy with these males who are just going to run off. But he can't just come out and say, yeah, you should probably stop just giving birth to him. So I'm going to tell you, you should probably stop just giving birth to him. They're making you look dumb. Can we talk about the fact that these bandits make black women look dumb? Because these are the males that are within your community that you have to give birth to. Now, it's speculatory whether a woman of no color gave birth to this, but angry men and the other two are claiming black. So at the end of the day, it's kind of reflecting poorly on you, because even if they got black daddies, guess who gave birth to their degenerate black daddy? A black woman. So anyway, let's continue.
Custody. In contested divorce and parentage custody cases, however...
Okay. Hold on. Morgan, what's up?
Hi. I just wanted to catch... I got a ban for saying blood and soil.
Oh, yeah, well, come on. What's going on here? Hello?
Because...
No, wait, I can't... what is this microphone?
Oh, I'm using I'm using an AirPod.
Okay, we'll try again. Go for it. Tell me.
Yeah. Because we're watching the Hassan clip.
We're watching the what?
The Hassan clip.
Okay, watching the Hassan clip. Yeah.
Yeah, and Colin said he was making the blood and soil one.
Okay.
That's it. And then I caught a ban for saying that.
Oh, wait, in my chat right now? Oh, you're banned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why did you get banned?
Because I said blood and soil.
Okay, there you go. You're unbanned. I don't know why you got banned.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Jesus, it's an auto ban? Yeah, it might be. That microphone. Hello. Hello. Hello?
Wait just 1 second. Hello?
Hi.
Really? I'm sorry if that was too loud, but all right. First off, funny little story. Shit, what happened? First off, I wanted to say, so 2 years ago, I got the COVID vaccine, right?
Yeah.
I'm black now.
Were you not black before?
No, I'm just like, and I'm just trying to like use it as an example to show like, you know, the effects that vaccines can have on human beings. I'm black now.
Okay.
Okay. But before we get started,
okay, yeah.
Funny little story. I got banned. How long has it been? I think it's been like 2 weeks at this point. So here's the funny story. Uh, I'm in your Discord. Like I've been watching you for what? I think it's been like 6 months at this point or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did I get banned? I was in your chat. I was literally I was in the tier 3 waiting room. This was like I said, it was like 2-3 weeks ago, maybe at this point. What did I say? Also, can I not say the N word?
I don't know. I guess if you're black, you can. Isn't that how it works?
Okay, I don't say it that much, but okay, as long as I'm free to use it. But okay, so what did I type in the chat? I am Maya Higa.
Okay.
But the H was replaced with an N. With an N, no, an N.
Okay.
I got banned immediately. Holy shit, was I fuming? Holy shit. But what was it? I think 4 days or so had passed by. I put in like 2 ban requests because like I was looking forward to talking to you. So and so was like my girlfriend. We were like looking forward to seeing you on my stream. So I'm like hella angry about this. But it happened, and I posted on your Reddit too. I made a post on your Reddit, didn't get much traction, but I got a few. I got some feedback. It was whatever. But then I eventually got banned by, I forgot who it was, by one of your mods. So I just thought that was like a funny little story. But I finally made it. All right. So what do we have here? Me and you, we're gonna have a very long talk one of these days. That's gonna happen, Destiny.
Okay.
It's what I like to call a manifest destiny.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe someday, yeah.
Shit. What did I want to start off with? For one, here's something, just really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever spit in your laundry?
No, never.
Never?
Nope. Should I be?
Maybe not necessarily. It's just I did it last week, right? Because I'm just up late at night doing laundry. I had to like spit or whatever, and I'm just like, I just did it. I'm like, my clothes are getting washed. It's just a tad bit of spit. It's literally whatever, right? So I did it. Like, do you think it's weird, or is there anything wrong with that? I don't know. I've never got any feedback about this, and I did it one time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of weird, but I don't know if there's anything wrong with it. I mean, you do you, man.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe it's a little weird, but I don't know if it'll stop me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the worst thing in the world. Shit. What else? Here's something. I've got a lot of things I want to talk to you about, but here's something recently.
Okay.
And I think you were talking about this somewhere recently about the difference between gender and sex. I'm gonna give my take and my perspective. I'd say that like growing up, I use both of them interchangeably, and like looking at like, I don't know, some sort of like legal document or whatever sort of like document or application where you have to put in, whether you're male or female, man or woman. I feel like it's been interchangeable with like sex or gender, and not to sound cringe, like I'm updated on, like modern culture and, social politics and whatnot, but just, it's headache inducing. Now that because I looked up the definition of gender the other day, and it's explaining, like the basically like the social differences between like men and women, what makes a man and a woman. And again, I use those two interchangeably, so it kind of like hurts my head. I'm like, has it always been this way, or is this like a new thing? I don't know. I was just wondering, like, how's that been for you? Like, have you interchangeably used gender and sex your whole life? How's that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, where the fuck did this ship go? I mean, like, yeah, growing up, we used these words all differently, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like interchangeably, but like looking at like the literal differences that, that's, the definition that's given now is, like I said, I don't know if it's necessarily changed. It's just I've used them interchangeably, and I'm not like, I'm angry at the LGBT community or whatever, and people, who are particularly like talking about gender a lot. I'm not angry about it. It's just I had an epiphany the other day, and I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta ask my boy Stevie about this.
Yeah.
What else? What else is there?
What else?
Another like small thing. Yeah. Spotify or Apple Music, if you have like a preference or whatever.
Spotify or Apple Music?
Yeah, if you have like a preference, because like the whole stupid, there's like the console wars.
I
but
use YouTube. I use YouTube Music, so yeah, I don't give a
Really?
fuck. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, who are you?
Okay.
Are you Evil Fossil?
Evil. I have no idea who that is. I don't know if I like sound like him or no. I'm someone you've never talked to before, but I'm someone you're gonna talk a lot to.
Okay.
What's something else I wanted to talk about? Not to be cringe and be like, here's a take. Gives out the most uncontroversial take of all time. But I'll just start off by saying, I feel like, and this is like me going off of feeling, and I'm absolutely open-minded. I feel like for sexual assault, right? Rape. I think, I won't say in most cases, but, and this feels weird to even bring this up. It feels shitty bringing this up, but I feel like I have to use this as an example. But like the whole Kai Cenat situation with his so-called friend that ended up raping that drunk girl, or apparently did, whatever all the details of the situation are. Do you feel like there's some responsibility for her to take from that situation?
I feel like that's one of the situations where the girl did basically every single thing she could have. I don't know what else she could have done. No?
What do you mean by she did everything?
Well, like she was tired, she felt drunk, she was gonna leave. Somebody suggested that she sleeps upstairs in a room. It was the owner of the house party. Like,
right.
Yeah, I think she did about as much as she could have, no?
Shit. And I don't want to come off as someone. Yeah, I don't want to like come off as someone who doesn't have like world experience or whatever. I'm like 22 and I've been like drunk a few times here and there. For me personally, my standards about being intoxicated and like taking drugs and shit like that, which is something that I don't do most of the time. Like I consider myself to be a pretty casual drinker. It's like literally like, I don't know, once a month I'll like get together with like family or friends and I'll like have something. And I've only been drunk a few times. I personally don't like being drunk, especially shit faced. It's not a good feeling for me, right? Maybe I haven't been able to like actually think from the perspective of someone who's, pretty drunk or whatever. I mean, obviously I have, but her situation where she's at a party with probably a bunch of strangers, right? Probably people.
No, it wasn't. She went with a friend initially, and then her friend left, so she was gonna Uber and leave.
No, what I mean is like, I'm not saying she wasn't with the friend. I was just about to say she may have been with the friend or not with the friend. But she's at a probably pretty big party where it's like a bunch of people she probably doesn't know. I think my logic with that is, I would think, at least personally for me, is like, okay, she was already drunk. I think personally, we should probably tell young women to be a bit more selective about their intoxication when it comes to being in situations when they're not in a place that's particularly completely safe for them to be vulnerable. It's like I'll say, I'll do all the drinking that I want around my family, my friends, at a friend's house, at my house. And even though I'm not a person who likes to get drunk, I can do that and feel comfortable knowing that I'm not surrounded by anyone possibly who could take advantage of me or do anything like that to me. And I think especially for a young woman, maybe she might want to be just a tad bit more selective about.
Yeah, listen, I don't
who she gets
necessarily
drunk
agree with
around.
you. I don't disagree with you for most of the cases, but in this case, I think
Sure.
she did everything right. She was at a party with a bunch of people in public areas. She had a friend with her, and then she, they felt like they got a little drunk, they got a little tired. She wanted to leave. She already had an Uber that she was waiting for, and then Kai was the one that said like, "Oh, hey, no, you don't have to leave. It's fine. Like, go sleep upstairs. You'll be okay." Like, I feel like she did most of what she could have like correctly here.
Okay, so maybe using that situation was a bad example because I pretty much kept up with that situation for the most part, I would say, but I actually didn't know that she had called an Uber, and then Kai told her. I knew Kai, offered for her to like, go upstairs to like rest or whatever, but I actually didn't know that. So I guess I could be a bit more charitable and like, yeah, I could give that to her. Even though personally for me, I would say for the most part, young women, be a bit more selective about who you get drunk around. That doesn't mean I'm the type of person who's going to tell a rape victim that they should feel that way. I think, would you say that for the most part, probably a rape victim is probably going to think to themselves after a traumatic situation like that, they'll probably think to themselves, well, they go through the constant blaming of themselves. Should I have done this or that or whatever? So I think for the most part, we don't have to, have that discussion with rape victims. But I would say I think it's probably better that young women have a mindset like that when they're in a situation like that. But I'll back off and give her a bit more charitability. And it feels shitty already using her as an example, but it's just like off the top of my head and my brain is not completely working. But I don't know. Like I said, it's not like super controversial, but I do think that people could probably take a bit more accountability for the situations that they put themselves in. I don't think that a young woman who lives in New York should be on the train after dark, like 8 p.m. plus on the train for like an hour. It's like, I think most people could probably do that fairly safely, but do I think it's ideal? No, maybe. And I'm not saying like someone who goes to work has to like take an Uber or a fucking taxi cab or save just a bunch of money just to like drive around, especially in New York. Driving around is hard. And yeah, if I didn't make it obvious already, I live in New York. I don't know if you can hear the accent, but yeah, I live in New York. What can I say? But
how do you feel about talking to people in the gym?
Pardon?
How do you feel about talking to people in the gym?
Is that like a serious question? Is it because I'm from New York? Are you like getting
no. I'm just asking, like, how do you feel about like people like walking up to like women and strangers and shit in the gym and talking to them?
It's not like a villainous thing, but I do think I would say I haven't been to the gym too many times. I'm someone who I try to stay fit, like especially over the pandemic. Like most people, they had like a hard time. Most people say, "Oh, I had like a hard time staying in shape or getting in shape over the pandemic." That's when I was like most involved with my physical fitness, and I did pretty well for myself doing like calisthenics and whatnot and staying in shape. But I haven't been to the gym too much. But I would say like I completely understand it. Like I've like for an example, I don't know if you know professional wrestler Randy Orton. He's like I've seen him like he's like had like a few situations where he's had like fans come up to him while he's like working out and people will constantly complain about that. So personally, I completely like I'm empathetic towards that perspective. I don't think it's like a bad thing in general, but for the most part, I do understand the perspective of people probably wanting to be to themselves, to just get their work in, to get their workout done, and then like go home. Some people are okay with like socializing in the gym. Like I've worked out before and like talked to like someone here and there or whatever. It's not like a horrible thing, but I do understand that culture. And it's like how you were saying on your stream, the stream where you were talking about that, how like I don't know, like maybe it's a bit more social at certain gyms, like I don't know, like a fucking powerlifting gym or some shit like that. But yeah, me personally, like I'm not like a super outgoing social person or whatever, and not to be cringe using extrovert and introvert, but I'd say that I'm like somewhere in the middle. I'm a person, I can like get to know people, and I can be on a platform where I can like talk to multiple people. I can get up on the stage and talk to people, but I'm not socially outgoing where I'm gonna like deliberately go out to like make friends. I'm fine with like my circle, and if I meet someone who I click with and we end up becoming friends or something more, that's like cool or whatever. But yeah, like I said, I understand that perspective of wanting to keep to yourself.
Do you ever have trouble like sleeping at night, or do you do pretty well, or what?
Now he's interviewing me.
I'm just curious. I was asking. I don't know. Damn.
No, it's fine. Do I have trouble sleeping at night? Generally, no. I will say that like, and not to be cringe, being the person who self-diagnosed, but like through high school, I would say that like I probably got like an average of like 5 to 6 hours of fucking sleep, and each night. So I've dealt with sleep problems. I wouldn't say that I deal with it as much, but I feel like I probably have a bit less of a or normal I guess sleep schedule or like sleep regulation than like most people. Like sometimes I'll go on like fucking random spurts where I'm like I end up going to sleep at like 4 p.m. Well, not 4 p.m. Maybe more like 12 p.m. I've got a weird sleep schedule sometimes, but no, I get good sleep, especially since I'm like out of school and whatnot. I think after school, my sleep improved.
Okay, gotcha.
If there's anything else you want to ask me, I welcome it. But
do you have problems initiating conversations with people, or like getting out of the house, or do you feel like you said you're a pretty social person, you talk to people, you feel okay about all that?
Yes. Like I said, I don't know if you feel this way about yourself, or if you've ever met anyone like this, but I'm not a socially outgoing person, but I'm not someone who has trouble socializing with people.
Mhm.
I usually keep to myself. I'm like you. I like to stay in, even though like obviously you go out. I like to stay in and like play video games, entertain myself. But I'll go out here and there. Especially like as things are now, I'm not like doing much. I'm like trying to make advances, in my life and my career, obviously. But like as things are now, like I'm like living with my mom and like my family,
Mhm.
and it's like fine. It's like I go outside when I feel like I need to. Sometimes I like to go on a walk. I like to go downtown, watch the sunset, and listen to music. So I feel like I go out enough on like a healthy basis, if that even makes sense. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. But yeah, no, I'm not a socially outgoing person, but like I said, if I'm put in a social situation where I'm talking to someone who I feel like is cool, I'll do it. It is what it is.
How
Yeah.
do you feel? How you said? Do you work or anything or go to school? How old are you?
I'm 22. I turned 23 this May, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not working right now. Like a few months ago, I quit working at Amazon.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever worked there. Probably not, considering you've been, making money off this streaming shit for at least a decade at this point. But yeah, no, I'm looking for something new. And actually, my mom, I'm trying to get into childcare at the moment because I want like a more laid back job. Because after doing Amazon, I did it for about a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a year. So after doing that, I was doing like walking delivery at that because I don't like have my license because I've been like focused on other things and like, growing up in New York and shit. And also another weird fact about me, even though I'm making this the fucking me show, the Reinhardt show. Um, yeah, no, car sick. Have you ever experienced car sickness? Has that ever been a problem for you?
Nope. Thank God, no.
Yeah, lucky you. And I've been told like a few times, well, it doesn't matter when you're in the front seat or whatever and you're driving, but that's like always been like a fear of mine. But I'm like over that. And soon enough I'll like pursue my license because obviously I'm gonna need it one day.
Mm-hmm.
But also I'm a scatterbrain. What did you ask me? Oh yeah, what I'm doing. No,
Yeah.
fine. What I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for a new job, and me and my mom we're trying to get into childcare because I'm looking for a more laid back job. If I can like work from home, that'll be like perfect for me. For what I want to do right now, that seems like the perfect thing after, so long walking around delivering to ungrateful New Yorkers.
Okay.
Also, can I flush the toilet?
Yeah, go for it.
Wait. We're in the Reinhardt cave now. Come on, man. Ask me something else.
I don't know. I don't think I got anything else. Are you religious?
I'm not religious. I grew up religious. My mom is still pretty religious. Like my mom's like a fairly traditional woman.
Mhm.
Like we haven't been to church in a very long time. I know I haven't. But no, I consider myself agnostic.
Okay. All right. Well, hey,
Yes,
I
sir.
think that's about all I got for you.
What if I've got more for you?
Well, what do you got for me?
What else was it? Yeah, just more small things and probably some other stuff that I want to present to you. But have you ever heard of 432 hertz music?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think of it?
Dumb.
Really?
Yeah.
Why that?
I think human beings hear intervals generally. I don't think that we hear frequencies. I don't think it matters that much. So whether you tune
Right.
A to 440 or 432, I don't think it's making a significant difference in how you're perceiving music.
I would say that I'm somewhere in the middle of what you're saying and like the whole fucking hippie hoorah rah, the vibrations and whatnot. I think that's absolute cringe. Like the whole I'm the Zohan and the like the vibrations. It's good for the body and shit. I think that's like super cringe. But I don't know about other people, but there's like plenty of songs that I genuinely prefer in 432 hertz. And that's obviously just me. But obviously like the super namaste hoorah about it is like super duper cringe, but at least personally for me there's a lot of songs that I prefer in 432 hertz. Your entire personality makes me think of this song. Okay, thank you. I'm getting quite a few ads. I'll check that out later because I'm a scatterbrain. I can't focus on multiple things at once.
Okay.
Here's another thing, Steven.
Yeah, what's that?
Grown men shouldn't say I have to pee. Replace it with piss, leak, whiz. Those sound badass. Do you think you sound badass saying I have to pee, Destiny?
I don't think there's anything badass about urinating, but you know, that's just me.
Well, come on, like seriously, I have to pee? That's what a woman says. And I'm not sexist, but like, come on, I have to pee? I have to, you telling me I have to piss, I have to leak, I have to take a whiz. You telling me that doesn't sound badass in comparison to I have to pee?
I don't know if I'd say any of those sound badass. That's just not how I view it. But you know, listen, if you do, then I mean,
badass.
You do you, man.
Wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah, but I got other viewers that want to call in, so we gotta wrap this one up.
You know, if you want me to like go out right now, I can do that, Destiny. But we're gonna talk again, and we're gonna talk a lot.
I believe you. Okay, I believe you. All right. Hey, listen,
all right, man.
I love you, buddy. Okay.
Love you too, man. Have a good one.
Have a good one, dude. Okay. Oh, why this computer is lagging again? Why does this happen? I'm gonna have to restart my whole fucking stream. I wonder if I reformat. I wonder if that would fix this. I can't get over to Discord. I have to restart the whole computer if I need it. I'm triggered. Do you stream the same computer you game on? No, it's a separate computer. But every now and then, recently, like it'll just get super laggy. Like the mouse is like across the screen. It's unusable. Like I can't even like get into any options or anything. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If there's like a part that's going bad, I don't know how old that computer is. I don't know if anybody knows when I built my last streaming computer. It sucks because I'm not even like excited about building another one because it's like when I grew up, like getting new computers was a big deal for streaming, but now everything is so fast, the hardware doesn't matter as much anymore. Like you can stream from fucking i5s these days probably. So it's not like a new computer is gonna help me do anything. I don't know. That happens when the CPU overheats. Do you think that's happening? No, if the CPU is overheating, I think our stream would be getting fucked. Hold on, let me check though. The air coming out the top is warm, but I mean like I'm streaming, so of course it is. Fan on the heatsink is on. Oh, the heatsink is like, it's warm to the touch, but the heatsink is fine. Why don't you check the temps on your computer? Because my mouse doesn't work. It's like it's glitchy as fuck. It's gonna take me 12 hours to like open any program on my computer. Like this is the mouse runner. It's going boop, 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 boop. Like it's fucked. But does he not know how to check temps? I know how to check temps, you fucking moron. Your temps are fucked. If you touch the heatsink, it'll give you a good idea of whether or not your CPU is overheated or not, because you'll burn your fucking finger on it. If you're having an airflow problem in your case, put your finger on the heatsink and you'll be able to tell very fucking fast if your shit is overheating. Or you can use, I use a hardware monitor. HW monitor is like a good thing for it, but if I can't open programs, then I have to manually check. Bad mouse? Reconnect mouse? I don't even know if I have a mouse plugged into this computer. I'm pretty sure it's all worked via Synergy right now. Could it be Synergy fucking things up? Why would it be Synergy? You can use a keyboard? No, the problem isn't the keyboard. The problem is it's not just the mouse. The mouse and keyboard are having problems. There's a weird thing going on because like my OBS isn't having problems, and I'm streaming, and that's taking way more resources than running the mouse and everything. A hot heatsink could just mean that the cooler is effectively taking heat off the CPU. If your heatsink is hot, hold on, why am I getting baited right now? If the heatsink is scalding hot to the touch, something in your setup is fucked. It's not good. Because the heatsink is in some way or another connected to the CPU integrated heat spreader, the plate on the top. Whatever temperature your heatsink is, that's the temperature the fucking IHS is. So if you touch the heatsink and it's super fucking hot when you touch it, that means that the IHS on your CPU is super hot. Because the whole point of a heatsink is that it's made of highly conductive metal that takes heat away from the other highly conductive metal on top of your CPU. So if this is really hot, this is really hot. This should never be really hot. If it's really, really hot, something is wrong. That's why we put fans on things, is to blow the heat away. Is it Synergy? I don't know. No, you're wrong. That's not how heat displacement works. Do you guys want to just fucking masturbate? Do you want to just watch porn together? Let's just fucking jerk off. 12 cowboys at Ram Ranch. Yes. That's what I want to do. Where's the Ram Ranch thing, guys? There's just a weird thing going on. I don't know what it is. If it's hardware, maybe it's Synergy. I'll try plugging it in directly to the computer. Fuck it. Maybe it is fucking Synergy. I need music. Fuck, I've listened to this album so many times, but not... I just like it. Let me reshuffle this shit. Hold on. God, you guys trigger the fuck out of me. Everything triggers me now. You guys trigger me. It's your fault. What? I don't know what's unplugging. Hello? I don't know. I don't care. Oh fuck, maybe it is Synergy. No, wait, no, I don't know if it is Synergy. Hold on. No, this computer is fucked. It's... Like, it's not responding, loading the task manager. Do I use a liquid cooler? No, it's air cooled. It may be the HDD dying? No, I don't think so. My stats are fine on my CPU. 38%, 49%, like all the utilization is pretty low. What are normal temps for a CPU under like a streaming load? I don't know, dude. Could be anywhere from 60 to 80 degrees, depends. Oh, now that I fucking open this shit, now it stopped doing it. Could you check if you get endless errors being thrown in the event viewer? Bro, the event viewer never tells you shit about anything, okay? Let's see. Windows update client? Could that be it? No, that was just telling me it was updating. What would it be? Windows log system, I guess? Today's the 25th. Warning. Source. Distributed CDM. I don't know what the fuck that means. Machine default permission setups do not grant local activation permissions for some bullshit. System filter the error may be warning. Yeah, I'm looking at. I have two warnings, but I don't think these. I doubt this means anything.
I don't remember that. That explains it.
Yeah, fuck. I think this is fine. I'm not gonna learn anything. I don't know what is making noise, but okay. Okay, run Crystal Disk. Yeah, maybe I'll do it later. I feel like I ran that program a month ago.
I've covered meeting women.
Relationships.
In your computer. How many souls are there right now?
There's 65,000 souls.
Wow, there's gotta be someone in there for you.
90% of them are niggas.
A diamond diamond in the rough.
How do you? What is that?
Niggas?
No.
What? What is what?
The souls. There has to be a diamond in the rough in there for you.
Oh, there's a diamond!
What does that mean?
Oh no, that's Alex and D-Dog.
Who's
Pause.
that?
That's the hey, that's Ayo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the soul's in your computer.
So many. How
Jesus.
And I've covered dating women. But that's not all you want. Now, there are guys on Twitter. There are guys on the internet who are like, yeah, women ain't nothing. I just fuck them and leave them. I just hit it and quit it. Nah, you're missing out on something. They're missing out on the fundamental, enjoyable experience of being with women. Women aren't just sex objects. Yeah, that's coming from me, one of the baddest playboys in the world. Women are not just sex objects. Women have a special type of energy around them. They're fascinating. They're wonderful in their own special way. I'll never trust a woman like I'll trust a man. If I need backup in a situation or if I have problems, I'm never gonna call a woman. I'll call a man like my brother. However, women are unique and they make life beautiful. You're taking a walk on the beach, it's better with a woman. You're laying in the park looking up at the sky, it's better with a woman. You're at dinner, it's better with a woman. You're at a club with your male friends, you want women around. Women are the seasoning to life. They make it more special. If you're sick, you're in bed, you're not feeling well, you want a woman to look after you. You don't want a man bringing you soup and rubbing your back. That's gay. I mean, maybe you're gay. You wouldn't buy this course if you were, but in which case you would want a man. But women have a special type of energy.
Base.
And I love women. So these hit it and quit it guys, they don't have serious relationships like I do. I have 6 serious relationships. Why? Because the love and the relationship is maybe the most rewarding part of being an elite playboy. Collecting the relationships, not just the notches on the bedpost, but the women who would cry their eyes out if I stopped speaking to them. That is power, and that is truly having affinity with women. So now we're gonna go into the details of how to have relationships. First and foremost, in any relationship, you have to establish if she's relationship material. Now, there are people who will talk about how to find the right partner for you, how to navigate the sexual marketplace. I see them all the time. I look at their videos and I laugh because these guys have never navigated the sexual marketplace. To be a man who knows what a good apple is and what a bad apple is, you have to try thousands of apples. Every day, taking bites of new apples, knowing what tastes good, knowing what doesn't. This is why I have such wonderful women in my life. Because I have met the psychopaths and the terrible women that men warn you about. I've met the women who would divorce rape me or try to have my baby or upset my life or try to ruin my business. I've met them. I fucked them once. I never talked to them again because I can spot a good one from a bad one from a mile off. So that is the key to having relationships. You have to differentiate which girls you fuck from which girls you want to stay with. The best way to do this is, as hard as it is, guys, we all think with our dicks sometimes, you have to eliminate beauty in your mind. The hottest girl in the world can be a horrible, backstabbing, money-grabbing, gold-digging bitch. And most dudes will stay with her. Oh, but she's so nice. What exactly is nice about her? Me, when I'm trying to differentiate which kind of women I want to love and which women I want to just sleep with, I usually close my eyes and I think about them as an asexual blackened figurine. I think of what their qualities are. I wake up in the morning, she makes me coffee. My injured shoulders.
This is like a, I don't even know how many of you guys this fucking applies to, you fucking losers. But like, this is a really good test for if you think you really love somebody versus you think that you're just like fucked by their looks, is try to imagine like, this person was fat. Would I still give a fuck about this person? Or if I wasn't having sex with this person, would I still care about this person? That's a really good personal test to figure out if you're mind fucking yourself, if you're there for the right reasons or not, I guess. If you're thinking about doing like long-term relationships or something.
Playing up, she gives me a massage. She leaves her phone around unlocked. Doesn't matter, doesn't care if I look in it. Never goes out of the room to take a phone call. Is respectful to my friends, cleans up my house, cooks my meals. If these things are adding up, then I'll usually turn it into something serious. I'll tell her she's exclusively with me. I'll tell her the truth. I'm a busy man. I'll see her as much as I can. I'll tell her that I love her even. I'll tell her I have respect for her. I'll tell her I care about her. All of it's true. Yeah, I have other women, and a lot of them know that. But women would rather share the king than marry the jester. And when I say about training yourself to be in that elite level position, whether it be fitness, income, maybe you're the most handsome dude in the world. One of my friends, Alexander Cortez, is the most handsome guy I've ever seen. I'm sure he could have a collection of women if he chose to, if he wanted to live this lifestyle based on looks alone. I don't know what your attributes are, but whatever they are, understand that women would rather share a top 1% guy than be with some fat dork who's exclusive to them. Believe me.
Be with a fat dork, maybe, but this is still the one thing, unless he's going to say something crazy and change your mind. Like women, well, actually, I believe him. I think it depends on the type of woman you're going for. I guess I'm not one to judge on what people are selecting for, but if you're like, if what you want in a woman is like, his successors are like, does she make me coffee in the morning? Does she like clean my house? Like, you probably could have and like or be in a relationship with like 5 girls at once to do this. If you're like sufficiently wealthy, charming, or whatever. Maybe if the girl is bi, I don't know. If that's like, if that's the only thing you're selecting for a woman, it's like somebody that can like be like a bang maid. You probably could like have like 5 of these people at once, I would imagine, but.
And fat dorks come with their own set of problems anyway. Now, I meet the type of women all the time who are no good. And I just know that men would fall in love with them because men are weak and men are stupid. You have to be better than most men. To have a collection like mine, you have to be better than most men because the good girls are the ones who are willing to share you. This is what people don't understand, and this is what people don't teach. Like, my wife would never tolerate me talking to other women. Yeah, great. Your wife's a bitch. Let me tell you something. I know women who are so invested in my happiness that they know when they're not around, there may be another woman in my bed. I don't know if they know the true extent of it, but they love me so much that they allow me to have other women. When you meet a horrible, nasty, vindictive, jealous bitch, and she's like, oh, well, you better not go out with your friends. You better not do that. Oh, you think that's the woman who really loves you because she wouldn't tolerate you with another woman? No. The woman who really loves you is like, look.
Wait, I gotta listen. Hold on. Somebody damn me, something.
And fat dorks come with their own set of problems anyway. Now, I meet the type of women all the time who are no good. And I just know that men would fall in love with them because men are weak and men are stupid. You have to be better than most men. To have a collection like mine, you have to be better than most men because the good girls are the ones who are willing to share you. This is what people don't understand, and this is what people don't teach. Like, my wife would never tolerate me talking to other women. Yeah, great. Your wife's a bitch. Let me tell you something. I know women who are so invested in my happiness that they know when they're not around, there may be another woman in my bed. I don't know if they know the true extent of it, but they love me so much that they allow me to have other women. When you meet a horrible, nasty, vindictive, jealous bitch, and she's like, oh, well, you better not go out with your friends. You better not do that. Oh, you think that's the woman who really loves you because she wouldn't tolerate you with another woman? No. The woman who really loves you is like, look, I know you have another girl, tears streaming down her face, but I really love you. Please don't leave me. Just tell me I'm different from the rest. That's the woman who loves you. So you have to differentiate which girls.
That sounds like that's a fucking abuse victim, my guy. Jesus. What he's describing there is a woman that's like mind fucked, which I guess is part of what these guys do. But that's a woman that's like mentally entrapped. Like her mind is just destroyed, basically.
You fuck and which girls you want to love. Simple as that. A good way of doing this is testing their loyalty. Now, I'm not an obsessive stalker. I'm not a jealous guy. I know my girlfriends don't cheat on me. Sure, do I sleep with some side hoes that may have a boyfriend? I may be their side guy. Do I sleep with side hoes who may do that every weekend? Maybe. But my girlfriends certainly don't cheat on me. But you have to test their loyalty. Now, don't even look through their phone. Hey, baby, give me your phone. Unlock it. I want to do something on it. Unlocks, hands it over. don't do shit. Take a selfie and give it back to her. If she'll hand you her unlocked phone, she ain't cheating. Because believe me, these girls get hundreds and hundreds of messages every day on Instagram, on Facebook. If they're replying in a way that they know you won't like, they will not unlock their phone. So if they won't unlock your phone and hand it to you, then that is a very good loyalty test. She's probably not girlfriend material. By all means, get her to suck your dick, have your fun with her, but she's probably not the girl you want to be with. And I hear a lot about harems, about how to have multiple women. Let me tell you something. I don't enjoy group sex. I don't enjoy threesomes. I don't enjoy foursomes. I don't think they're enjoyable. Sex is a lot more intimate and a lot more fun one-on-one. You only have one dick, that's it. So you can only, it's taking turns one way or the other. So I don't enjoy group sex. So my harem game is different than a lot of guys. Now on the internet, there are very few people who have multiple women. I know one, I'm not gonna name him and shame him in my course, but he's a Muslim guy, black guy, American, lives in Germany, very smart guy. He legitimately has a harem. He has multiple wives.
That's his opinion part. Threesome sex is like fundamentally different than normal sex. I think that they have their pros and their cons, but for threesomes to be super enjoyable, all three people have to be like very, 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 very like comfortable, confident, chill with each other. Sometimes it's a lot of work. One-on-one sex, I think, is more easy to approach and is generally more fun. Like, threesome sex can be pretty bad, but I think the best threesome is going to be better than the best one-on-one. But like, there's so many more things that can go wrong in a threesome that can go on wrong in like a one-on-one. Like, everything can be worse in a threesome that can be bad in a one-on-one, and everything can be really good in a threesome that can be better than a one-on-one. It just depends.
Respect to him, and he's a good friend of mine. Almost no one you see talk about having multiple women has multiple women, besides my brother and myself. Now, how do I run my harem game? It's different than most people. You see, women behave better, and take this from an elite level guy. Women behave better when they know you have other options. If you have one girl only, she'll try to stop you talking to other women, stop you meeting other women, and she'll aggressively try to interject in your life. But when you have other women and she knows that you have other women, maybe she turns a blind eye, maybe she doesn't want to hear about it, but she knows. Maybe she's seen you tagged on your Instagram with them. Maybe she's seen them in the background of your Instagram story. When she knows you have other women, women up their game. I'm telling you the truth. Good women don't leave. They try to make you happier. Now, when you have a harem all living together.
Okay, so I see where Fresh and Fit got this take from. This is just, I don't. Maybe for other countries, poor women or bang maids, maybe, but like for 99% of women, this is just not going to be the case. This is fantastical.
I've lived with 2 or 3 women maximum at any one point. Very unpleasant experience because sleeping arrangements were always difficult. Sex, I didn't enjoy that much because there was always too many girls. However, the women behaved very well. One woman didn't want to be the one who fucks up out of 3 because she knows that she's sleeping on the couch and you're fucking those 2 that night. It was always a game of one-upmanship. The women try to up their game to outcompete one another. Now, my harem game is very similar to this. However, the women are never in the same place at the same time. They know each other's names. They know who they are. They know that these girls are around me. Even one of my girlfriends isn't quite sure if I'm sleeping with these women, but she heavily suspects that I am. And she checks their stories all the time. She knows they're at my house. And that does not make her flip out and cause arguments because she knows she'll get blocked. And she knows when she's blocked, I'm going to be around these other women. It makes her up her game. So my women are not in the same place, but they're fully aware of each other's presence. They're fully aware that the other ones exist, and they up their behavior and they check themselves.
Nah, bullshit. I believe him. I don't think they want to see you with 5 other girls explicitly, but they like a guy who has options or who has the potential for options. If you're a guy with only one girl and no one else, they have a tendency to shame you and restrict you from checking out other women. I could tell you because I've been with women that are like super high value women, and I've been with women that are just like randos. Okay, if I could probably juggle like 5 or 6 randos that are like super obsessed with me and are like just kind of like whatever people, right? That sounds really mean. I'm going to say it like right. Anybody that's like sufficiently worthwhile in terms of clout or money or whatever could do that. But if you're trying to hit even, if you're trying to be with the women that you should be with or with the people that you should be with, then they're not going to tolerate you being with 5 other girls. That it always comes down to like reaching way below where you should be. If you have a fuck ton of leverage, then yeah, you could do that. But it's a little bit exploitative, I think, to be involved in that. Like it's yeah. I shouldn't say exploitative. If you want to do that, you can do that, I guess, because if the women are there, they can. But it's just like, why wouldn't you want to be with why wouldn't you just want to be with somebody that's more on your level? I don't know. That just seems weird to me. But
so I don't have to check them and end up with these other women. So my harem game is what I call distance game. They're far away from each other, but they know each other exists, and that's what makes them behave.
But for these guys, remember, the only thing these guys value in women is like, can you, what did you say earlier? Like, are you making me coffee, cleaning my house, and like having sex with me? If that's all you care about, then yeah, if you get sufficiently wealthy, you can probably like collect a few women that are willing to do that, I guess.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is a refreshing moment of honesty. It is hard to have 6 girlfriends. I have 6. I didn't know the exact number I had until I started filming this course. I had to actually count. I didn't know. I thought it was 5, 6, 7. It could have been one of those numbers. It's difficult because time management is a problem. Luckily for me, I live a lifestyle, and you need to set your lifestyle up in the same way where you are...
You slept with super high value women. Andrew is talking about dating. I think I've dated... At least I'd say Melina is like fairly high value, like young, Swedish, bilingual, travels a lot, like is pretty hot. I'm pretty sure Melina could score pretty well. Like she wouldn't just have to date like a random hot guy from the gym. I'm pretty sure she could like reach like pretty high. But even for women that like I fuck, like I talk to a lot of these people too. Like it's very rare that I'm just one night standing. Like I can talk to people and figure out like what their feelings on things or whatever, or how they feel about like relationships. Like I talk to women a lot about how they feel about stuff like that. And I can tell you that if you've got like a decently like high value, high quality woman, she's not going to be okay with you having like 2 or 3 or 4 girlfriends. That's just never going to happen. Like that's just not going to be the case. What does Swedish have to do with it? Because a lot of guys fetishize fucking Swedish people. I don't know why you are so fucking autistic. You fucking retard. Kill yourself in a video game. And then log off and do it in real life.
Busy
in a video game.
all hours of the day, but no hours of the day. I can be busy anytime I like. I have a very busy, hectic work schedule, which is usually my excuse, but you do have to see your girlfriends. Now, I'll take a girlfriend on a date, I'll date a new girl, and I'll see a second girlfriend in the evening. I'll usually wake up with that girlfriend, Uber in a girl for lunch, and see another girlfriend the second evening. I see my girls about 2 times a week, maybe 3 times a week each. But instead of having one relationship, you can have 6 relationships where the girl thinks you're a busier man than you are. It is possible, but you have to manage your time very, very closely, which makes meeting new girls difficult. Now, whatever you do when you're in a relationship, never ever concede to having enough women. Never think, you know what, I've got my 3 girlfriends, that's wonderful. I'm gonna delete Tinder. I'm gonna stop posting on Instagram. I'm gonna stop going to clubs. I'm gonna stop doing my approaches. I've got 3 girlfriends that are all smoking hot. You know why? Because I've lived it. I've been in that situation and I've been content. One girl has an argument with another girl. They find out about each other. They both break up with you. Maybe you only get 1 back. Boom, you're down to 2. Same thing happens again. Boom, you're down to 1. Shit, suddenly you're the guy who's happily married. You got 1 gina.
I don't understand why people say things like this. Destiny would never get laid if he doesn't have money and clout. Like, that would be like, imagine me finding like a really shredded like gym guy that's a lawyer and then being like, you would never get laid if you didn't have muscles or weren't a lawyer. Like, yeah, I mean like my money and clout probably helps me get laid, but like I worked really hard for my money and clout. Like, yeah, if you peel away all of the impressive things about me, nobody would like me in terms of like fucking people. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Like, do you think you're saying something insightful there? It's always so weird how people will point out things like that. It's like, well, if you weren't like mega popular and had like a big stream and, you know, all these things, it'd be like, nobody would like it. Yeah, probably not. I would just be a random 34-year-old guy with nothing because I wouldn't have a job. Like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no duh, dude. Good job.
You're stuck there with 1 chick. Now you've done no legwork. You've put in 0 hours in terms of getting new women. So you have to start from scratch. Build up your collection again. It's months before you have 3 again, then 4, then 5, then 6.
He's just calling you ugly? I don't even think I'm ugly. I think I do okay. Like I'm not like fucking super fugly. Like my face is okay. I've got my nice blue eyes. I think I do okay. Like I had a kid before I ever started fucking streaming, right? I had girlfriends in high school and shit and in college. Like it's not like I was a fucking like lonely fucking desperate virgin before getting into anything. I didn't realize how self-conscious and about everything guys were until I came to the internet. You guys are fucking... Cope buddy, he just meant if you had money and not famous, you'd have a hard time getting laid. I don't think I have a hard time getting laid at all. Like I said, I did fine before I got into streaming at all. And that was being a nasty fucking acne-faced fucking loser who worked at a casino. Like, the problem is you guys are just, I think the main issue as I talk more and more to people and I see more people, the problem is a lot of you guys just don't know women ever. And I don't mean know women like you study them. I mean just like have friends that are women and then not be a schizoid autistic loser. Because if you know women, you have friends that are women, you talk to women, it's pretty easy to figure out the things that people like and don't like. Spoiler alert, it's not exclusively 6'2" guys that are shredded at the gym driving Lambos around everywhere. But I mean, hey, don't take my word for it. Fucking take these guys' word for it. These guys will definitely give you great advice, okay? The guys where when I sat at a table and I asked 3 different red pill dudes that were sexy, that were clouded up, that had a ton of money, I asked all 3 of them, do you guys think you could go into your DMs and fuck a girl, no strings attached? And all 3 of them looked at me like I was crazy. Are you fucking retarded? These are the guys that you go to for fucking hookup and dating advice? You guys are fucking wild. But hey, don't take it from me.
Never ever be content. But in relationships, it's very important to be kind. People think players, especially guys who worked in the industry that I have, are horrible people, that I'm rude to women, that my house is a revolving door with women in. Okay, that bit is a bit true. But you think they leave unhappy? No, they do not. Be polite. Buy them flowers sometimes. Buy them chocolates. You don't have to go out of your way to make a woman smile. I stop at the gas station all the time. Look at my cars. Every time I stop at the gas station, I'll buy a box of chocolates. It's the thought that will make a woman's day. If you have lunch with a woman and you bought her a teddy bear and a bouquet of flowers, girlfriend.
Why don't you say this to Myra and tell him directly against no women? We had this argument the last time I was on the show. I'm pretty sure I told him, I was like, it feels like you guys aren't fucking at all. Because I asked them that question. I was like, do you guys think you go into your DMs and like find like random women to webcam? And all of them said no. I told them I totally disagree. I just have no idea. I don't understand it at all. But I don't know. But then I also concede later on that like maybe these guys' audiences really do skew like 99.9% male, and maybe there are no women that are interested or talking. But I mean, if that's the case, then I mean, like, damn, like, what does that say about like your advice or the people you're getting or what? But who knows?
Friends only, obviously. She'll go home in the evening and she won't think about what I'm doing, who my dick's in. She's like, oh, Tristan loves me. He bought me flowers and a teddy bear. And she'll be posting photos to her Instagram of the flower and the teddy bears I bought her, which makes my other girls see. They suspect that I bought them. They up their game. Hey, Tristan, when am I seeing you? It's a beautiful system. But be nice to your girlfriends in your relationships. But being nice also includes not engaging in bullshit arguments. If a girl wants to argue with you all the time, she's not a girl that's cohesive with the elite player lifestyle. You need to stay away from those women. Engaging in needless arguments is a tactic women use. They're smarter than you think to eat away the hours of your day and the hours of time you could be using to pursue other women. I recently...
Destiny, no one cares about hooking up with some literal WHO YouTubers. Is it that surprising? You're just wrong. If I could be in Myron or Sneako's position in Miami, I think I could fuck a different girl. I'm trying to think every night. Once a new one every week. Easy. Without a second thought. Like multiple ones a week, almost surely. 7 different girls a week, probably not. But a new girl every week at least. No strings attached. Sneeko and Myron are both incredibly attractive. They're tall. They are pretty charming, pretty charismatic when they're trying to be. They're ultra clouded up. They've got money. They're in Miami. They got a nice apartment. Easily. Holy shit. Like, it's like not even close. You'd be like destroying as these guys.
You had to let a girlfriend of mine go. Beautiful. I'm not gonna show her a picture here. She's long gone. I don't reminisce over old news. However, absolutely stunning. But every moment I wasn't with her, you're with other girls, blah, 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 starting arguments with me, complaining, moaning. I was engaging on WhatsApp for an extra 30, 40 minutes a day that I didn't have. Stay away from women who make arguments. So be nice, be kind, but don't take shit. If they want to start arguments, stop talking to them. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So if they're arguing with you and you have no...
Jesus. President Biden said the U.S. will send 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine, part of a major weapons upgrade to help the country in its long-term defense against Russia. I'm assuming they've got the infrastructure and the tech to like run all of these weapons platforms, right? Jesus. Russia's getting fucked. Yeah, the sex part is something I just don't understand with a lot of these guys too. Like when Myron is like talking about how like, oh, like I would never go down on a woman. I don't eat pussy or whatever. It's like, what do you? I mean, like their attitudes are the things that keep them from like getting laid more than they could, in my opinion. But
nice response to them. Cut them off. Do not invest hours in that shit. In relationships, a good way to keep your relationship fresh and a good way to keep your relationship happy is to make demands of women. Women love to serve men. They really do. If a woman cooks you a meal and it's good, she's going to be happy. She can spend an hour in the kitchen, sweating, toiling, she can burn her hand. If she brings you a plate of food and you eat it and you're satisfied, she is happy. Believe me, women are servile. Good women are servile. And a good way to keep your relationship happy is to make demands of your women. I have a ritual. Every morning I drink a black coffee in bed. I never make it myself. Whichever girl I wake up next to goes downstairs, makes my coffee, she knows how I like it, she brings it upstairs, I sip it. Now I don't just sip it, I'll add something in. You know, I love when you make me coffee. Your coffee's the best, because I can tell it's made with love. It's a joke, we'll laugh, it's cheesy, it's corny, but that will set the mood for the day. That will set the pace for the day. It's a wonderful thing. Women are very servile creatures, so do not be afraid to make demands of them. So if you hang around me, or you know people who have hung around me, you'll know how it goes. I'm sitting with the boys, I'm drinking some whiskeys. Hey baby, Bobby wants a refill. Hey, Iggy wants another few ice cubes, darling. Excuse me, Jonathan's beer is out and you're in the house? Like, I mean, get him a lighter as well, cigars out, come on. They love it, they really do. If you
who are you or Myron to give advice to the average person we just admitted? You guys use your clout as a crutch. It's not a crutch. It's a platform you earn, my dude. Like, you should be using everything that you have as a crutch to earn girls. Your whole mindset is fucked. That's why you're a fucking loser. And that's why you don't have anybody to fuck or to talk to or to be friends with or to be in a relationship with. Is because you're a fucking loser. The way that you view your whole life, you have a loser mindset, right? You have something going for you. The fact that you're even typing in my chat means at the very least you know how to use a fucking computer and you've got the internet. So you're already ahead of like 98% of the world's population. Maybe not competitive with other men, but yeah. Fine. I mean, work advantages, whatever the fuck you have. Go to the gym and get fit if you can. If you're tall, that helps a little bit. If you got a nice smile or nice eyes, that helps a little bit. Find some hobbies that make you interesting. Like, there's things you can do. But like, if you're sitting around here screeching like, oh, you're using this as a crutch, you think I say something you disagree with? Nobody has. This is always the funniest thing too. It pops up in my subreddit too. People will come at me very personally, like, oh, you don't know anything about blah, 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 like, because of your lifestyle. Okay, hit me up with something I've said that's wrong. Like, most of the advice that I give is so unbelievably fucking milquetoast. It's very rare that I'm saying anything that's super wild or wacky out here. Almost everything I say is like the most basic fucking relationship, hitting on women, whatever shit in the world. I don't think I give any crazy advice at all. You guys are out here acting like I'm fucking reinventing the wheel or some shit. Like, it's fucking wild to me. Like, if you don't want to listen to anything I say, that's fine. You don't have to. Go listen to the red pill shit. Be a virgin your whole fucking life. That's up to you. If that's what you want to do, then go for it. It's your life, dude. I don't give a fuck if you're fucking or not. I don't care. I just want to build my factory. I want to build my spaceships.
You have a good woman. So that is certainly an important part of having a relationship. Make demands. Be the man. Be assertive. Be alpha. Be dominant. It helps. When you're maintaining relationships like I am, and your time is limited, you have to be sure not to burn your time. I call it burning time. You're with your girlfriend for 3 hours. All you have is 3 hours. Netflix? No! Not fucking Netflix. Why would you sit there and burn 3 hours away on Netflix? You have other girls to see and other things to do. Now, admission. I am a guy. I fuck every day. I do not masturbate. I do not watch porn. Elite level playboys do not do these things because you can't. So I'm gonna have sex with 3 different women a day and I still need to jerk off? No, I'm fine. I haven't jerked off in a year and a half. I was in India last time because there were no girls around. I remember the exact fucking date. So I'm telling you, porn, masturbation, throw them out the window. You want to be an elite level playboy? Be a fucking man. You don't get sex for one day, cool, you'll live. Do 50 press-ups before you go to sleep. Go out the next day hungrier. I'm going to tell you, women need sex just like men do. Now, it's very easy for me, if I wanted to not have sex with my women for a week, 2 weeks, for an individual girl. Because say I only see her 3 times in a week and it's all during the afternoon. I've already had sex that morning. I know I have another girl to see in the evening. It's easy for me to just spend time, burn the hours watching Netflix, but she will not be as happy. Guys, Tiger Woods isn't the best golf player in the world because he sits on his couch watching Netflix. Muhammad Ali was not the best heavyweight boxer of all time because he sat on his couch watching TV. You want to be an elite level playboy, you want to collect these women, then you have to keep them happy. You know what? It's the middle of the afternoon. I've already had sex 3 hours ago, or 4 hours ago, a girl sucked my dick because I woke up in the morning. My girlfriend's over. You know what? Grab her by the fucking tits to your dick.
How can I last longer during sex? I think there's only 2 ways to do that. One is fucking masturbate before you fuck if you want to last longer. I don't recommend that one. The second one is, I guess, masturbate more or get used to like holding off. I don't know. Can you train that? That'd be my guess. But I feel like a lot of that shit is going to be pretty set by the time you're at the age where you want to start fucking.
It gets hard. And make sure you fuck her. Make sure you do. There is no maintaining a relationship without sex. Maintaining a healthy relationship and never having sex with your woman is not real. Doesn't matter who she is, doesn't matter how loyal she is. If she's really loyal, she'll bring it up to you. Why aren't we having sex? Oh, you never want to have sex with me. And she'll get mad. If she's disloyal, she'll seem fine and she's fucking someone else. If you're going to collect these women, they're not cars. You can't park them all on your driveway for months and sit there triumphantly and say, look at my collection of cars. Aren't they beautiful? You've got to drive them. If you don't drive them, they'll disappear. Someone else will take them off your driveway. That's the way women are. So you absolutely have to keep your woman happy. Man up. I'm not going to tell you how to fuck your girl. You know how to fuck your girl. I'm not going to go into sex tactics. That's not what this course is about. But if you have multiple women, make sure you fuck them. You got to keep them happy. What women really crave is attention. They love the attention because they love feeling in demand. They love feeling desired. Now, if you hang out with a girl 3 times in a week and you don't fuck her once, now you can brag to your friends, I was tired, I fucked too many other girls. That's cool, but she doesn't feel desired and she's going to be unfulfilled in your relationship. When your hours are scarce, you have to invest your hours doing things that make her feel wanted. Take some pictures together. Say, you know, baby, here, get in your underwear, I'm gonna take some photos of you. Take some photos of her. What do you do with them? Nothing. Make her feel special, then get your dick out. Make sure you fuck it right. There's no excuse for women leaving you, even if you have 6 or 7. I
have a pull-out strategy when you're close, like right to the fucking line, pull out and zen yourself to not orgasm. You'll probably have a half orgasm and a full-blown one that will tap you out. If you do this once or twice, your stamina is increased exponentially. Maybe. The only problem, I guess it depends if we want to start getting into specific fuck tips. This is an issue that I've had with that. If I find that I'm getting close, stopping for a moment isn't good enough. You've got to stop and do something completely different. Because if you're fucking and you're close and you take like a 5-second break or like a 20-second break and you go right back into it, what you're going to end up doing if the girl's not as close as you are is you're going to take a quick break, then you're going to get back into it, and then you're going to have to stop again, and you're going to keep getting her close but not close enough over and over again, and then she's going to start to get frustrated because all you're doing is like, because if she's not ready to come when you're ready to come, and then you stop and take a 20-second break, whatever you're resetting your shit to, her shit is resetting as well. So you're not gonna be able to go back into it and then last long enough to get her there if you weren't already there. Like, it's just not gonna work. So you have to like, I think you have to do a different activity in between. You can't just fuck, stop, and then expect that they're gonna get closer and closer every time, unless they've got a vibrator or they're masturbating or something, in between. It's funny how contrarian Destiny's become to dating since this red pill arc. He's literally taken every blue pill woman position ever, and it's so sad. I take the positions I do because I fuck a lot of people and I have a lot of fun doing it, and I love women and I love spending time with women. That's the positions that I have. It's somebody that fucks more than anybody else in my position. Fuck you, because I do. And it's somebody that has a lot of experience talking to women, and I have a lot of healthy, positive relationships and experiences with women. I've got a couple negative ones. For the most part, I do pretty well. That's where my experience comes from. If you don't like my experience, if you don't want my experience, then fine. Then fuck it. Don't believe anything I say. But don't pretend I'm just sitting here giving you control. I don't care about blue pill or red pill. I like pussy. I like fucking people. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. I like the physical closeness that I get with women. I like the emotional intimacy that I get with women. That's super fun for me. If you don't like any of the shit that I say, then go listen to someone else. Go listen to your red pill people or whatever. But don't just assume I'm saying shit because it's blue pill or whatever. I don't give a fuck about politics when it comes to fucking. I like fucking because it's fun for me. Yeah. I don't know, dude. You're like, it's so funny how like ideologically invested you get in conversations like this. When it's like, bro, like put the politics down and figure out what the fuck you want to do in terms of like your life. Like, not every single thing has to be this ultra hardcore political ban. Like, oh, it's blue pill, it's red pill. It's like, bro, it's pussy pill. Okay, do what you need to get fucked, or to fuck other people. Like, it's that easy. Good luck.
Have more.
Destiny is sensitive about his sex tapes. No, I just get upset when people say retarded shit in chat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to prove. You guys can say what you want, do what you want, believe what you want, red pill, blue pill, whatever the fuck you, whatever. I would say that, like, if you're somebody that's listening to this and you're genuinely stuck between me and the people in chat, here's what I'll tell you for some life advice. If you're tying in like politics to how you get laid, you're probably like destroying your ability to see people objectively or to form like healthy habits that allow you to maximize either the relationships you're getting or the amount of sex that you're getting. If you're trying to tie these things up with each other, you're fucking yourself over. And I think anybody that gets any kind of regular action will agree with me and tell you that. But hey, if you want to like play, like if you think that like wearing a MAGA hat and talking about Donald Trump and the Matrix or whatever is going to help you fucking get laid, then go for it. Knock yourself out. Let me know how you do.
Girlfriends in less time than most guys who get dumped. And I don't get dumped. Why? Because even when I'm not in the mood, I man up and I understand what I have to do to keep my women happy. I'm often not in the mood, often I've been training, often I've been fucking other women, but you gotta get it done. Now, I've covered how to maintain a healthy relationship when you have multiple girls, but I'm gonna touch on what not to do. The basics of what not to do. Never admit that you're wrong for doing something that you wanted to do. I'll give you an example. Another girl sucks your dick. Another girl, you fuck her. Your girlfriend finds out. Two of your girlfriends find out. Don't even say sorry. You're not sorry. One, why are you not sorry? Because you wanted to do it at the time. So you're sorry you got caught. You're not really sorry and she knows it. You know, you have to hold.
What about numbing cream? The problem is, here's the problem with other types of tricks or creams, or this is why I don't recommend coming first, is because when a guy is super fucking turned on and is very hard, okay, I don't think you realize as a guy, but women can feel how hard you are. It is probably one of the most important things when it comes to fucking a woman, is how hard your dick is. It might sound dumb, it might sound stupid, but there's a difference between like kind of like a spongy, like it's an erect dick versus one that's like every time your heart beats, it's like women can absolutely feel the difference. They can feel the difference when you're inside of them and when your thing is fucking moving, and they can feel the difference when you're fucking them and when it's going in and out. So that's why I don't know if a numbing cream will like help take you out of the moment, but you're not like as hard, or if you're jerking off before, your second range is probably not going to be as hard. That's why I don't recommend those things. But if it's the only way you can keep them not coming, then I guess fucking go for it. But yeah.
The line. The moment you start apologizing, you're making a concession. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry means I shouldn't have done it. It means I won't do it again. Many things are implied by your sorry. I never engage in this kind of behavior. This girl was at your house. This girl was at your house. Hey, the fuck? Haven't you got a life? Stay off Instagram. What are you watching this girl's story for anyway? It's really embarrassing. What, you're going to stalk everyone who comes into my house? But don't look through my phone. Why are you looking through my phone? Now, you know what? I was having a really nice day with you, and now we're arguing because you wanted to look through my phone. This is so stupid. How old are you? 16? Jeez. You're obsessed with social media. Quit fucking looking at Instagram. Never admit you're wrong. Hold the line. Say whatever it is you can, but never concede and never admit mistakes because they're not mistakes. How
do you last longer while high, referring to weed? I don't fuck on weed. If I get high, I'm gonna be sitting on the couch doing nothing. I'm gonna be, if you want to ride me or do other things, you can, but I'm gonna be the laziest fucking partner ever. I can't do anything while high. I think that people have very different engagements with marijuana because some people will like get high and go out and like do their like normal daily shit. I can't imagine that. When I'm high, I'm completely out of commission. I'm just gonna sit back and do nothing ever in my life. That's what happens when I'm high. But for some people, I mean, sex feels better when I'm high, but I just, I'm like, it's very hard for me to do anything. I just like kind of lay there and zone out.
Are on your way to being an elite level playboy. I am an elite level.
Sex on coke? I don't know how amphetamines normally affect you. Any experience I've had with amphetamines, MDMA or meth, I think, I can't get hard at all. But I've heard different people give different takes on that. Some guys say they fuck on MDMA. If you can do that, I'd say be careful that you don't destroy your fucking brain while doing it. But like, it sounds like it would obviously be a highly pleasurable experience, but I can't. There's a nickname for it. It's called meth dick. I think generally guys will have problems getting hard on amphetamines, I think generally speaking, but I don't know if that applies all the time or not. But
player, I don't make mistakes. I fuck them because I want to fuck them. It isn't a mistake. No, I'm not sorry. Now, this isn't...
Why do you take MDMA and alcohol? I feel like drinking at the end of an MDMA come down, I just feel like it's like the best. It's almost as much fun as the MDMA itself. It extends the feeling hardcore for me. But you have to be really, really careful when you're using uppers and downers together, like you need to figure out, you don't dose in the moment. I think you gotta figure it out beforehand, because if you try to dose in the moment, when you take uppers and downers together, it's easy to not understand how high you are on either substance, because they can kind of work against each other a little bit. So if you do MDMA and then you start drinking immediately, like you might not feel as drunk as you actually are, and you might end up like going blackout, like destroying your fucking brain and your liver on either drug if you're doing them both together. You just have to be really careful when you're mixing. I tend not to do, I don't drink while I'm high on MDMA. I usually drink on the come down for me, but be careful.
An act.
What drugs will you never do? I'm pretty scared of like opiate related stuff. Maybe I would with more research, but I don't know.
I mean it. I don't apologize, and I fucking mean it. I'm really not sorry. So
Am I making another shift
they
here?
can't break
Yeah,
me down. They
antimatter
can't
one.
squeeze an apology out of me, because I really, really mean it when I say that I'm not sorry. Never consider.
Wouldn't that really dehydrate you? Yeah, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've taken this advice all my life and it's worked every time. Drinking water is really important when it comes to things like alcohol and everything. I think if you try to drink like half a glass of water, like for every drink you take, so for every shot or mixed drink or whatever, or beer, like I think generally you'll be okay when it comes to sickness and hangovers. Drinking water is really, 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 really important. If you don't drink any water, you run a risk of getting a nasty fucking hangover. But if you're out drinking a ton, even if it feels shitty because you have to force yourself, just like half a cup of water, like for every shot or whatever, it sucks and it's annoying, but like if you do that, you'll love yourself in the morning, because I think you have the risk of getting a hangover is way, 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 way lower. That's super anecdotal, by the way. I don't have any medical research. That's just worked for me and friends that I've known. So that might be total bullshit, just as a heads up. Do you think you're promoting drug use when you talk about it so casually and mostly talk about only the good sides? I mean, I try to give warnings. I give warnings best I can, but the reality is that drugs are awesome. There's a reason why people have done them throughout all of human history. You just have to be responsible with your use. I mean, chocolate and sugar are awesome. You just got to be responsible. Like, like drugs are sick. You just got to be really careful how you use them. That's why I try to give guides on like dose. Like if you're doing MDMA and alcohol, or whatever, like dose your shit beforehand. Make sure that you look up. There's websites like Arrowhead or Psychonaut that you can look up safe dosing and everything. It's really, really, really important to know what the healthy dose is. It's really important to start low. If you're taking an addictive drug or a drug that you want to re-up on, in my opinion, I think that it's very important to lay out the dose beforehand. So for instance, if you want to do MDMA, don't empty a bottle of MDMA pills if you've got ecstasy or tablets or whatever don't empty them out, take one and then go chill on the couch, because what you're going to do in 4 hours when you're starting to come down is you're going to walk the counter and be like, oh fuck, let me pop like 1 or 2 more, because in the moment it's very easy to bullshit yourself to take more and more and more and more and more. You got to be really careful. So if you're doing a drug where if you take more of it, it can fuck your mind up. If it's like neurotoxic, I would like be pretty careful about the dosing beforehand. Like lay the pills out that you want to take, put everything else away in a drawer, in a locked drawer, whatever. You can have negative drug experiences, it happens, but just be careful. Yeah, dose responsibly.
In a relationship, another thing not to do, I've covered this basically, but do not engage in pointless arguments and do not engage in pointless conversation. If you have a relationship, if you're gonna get caught cheating, don't let it be with some girl who lives in California that you're flirting with.
Wait, hold on. Don't let him down. True. You missed my cool spaceship yesterday. I don't know what the fuck this is. You're on some ARC shit. I don't think I'm there yet. Destiny, block 2 tiles of the engine to the right and 1 to the left. Repeat the pattern. Wait, did I do mine wrong? Oh, am I blocking the center tile? Did I fuck that up? Do you believe in the addictive personality shit where some people are better off just never taking drugs? Maybe. I also have my own bullshit personal theory on drug addiction. I have my own personal bullshit theory on drug addiction, but it's not empirically validated. I wonder sometimes. I think that have you ever talked to a physician about drug use? I think reasonable response is they'll say drugs are bad. I'm curious if they should help you with the dosage. Doctors, I don't know. I told a doctor once when I went into the medical place, she asked me like, what drugs have you done in like the past 6 months? And I told her, and it was like, I think it was like LSD, mushrooms, MDMA, nitrous oxide, and marijuana. And after I told her, she treated me like I was a fucking drug addict. And I was like, bro, I don't do this shit that much, okay? You just caught me on a crazy year. But like, I'm doing these things like once a month, if that. But the whole like tone of that conversation changed significantly, which sucks because I always tell you like doctors won't be judgmental and shit. It's like, but damn, she felt fucking judgmental. But yeah. Oh yeah, and she asked me like, oh, how much do you drink when you drink? I was like, well, I only drink like once every like 6 months, but I'll have like 5 to 10 shots. I go crazy. And she gave me like a pamphlet on like binge drinking and stuff. And I guess technically it meets the threshold for binge drinking. But it's like, come on, really? I don't know, whatever. What happened to the other shit? Well, I'm on antimatter engines now, so. Oh, your bullshit theory? Oh, I think this is going to sound really gatekeepy, and I'm sorry if it does, but it will. I think that if your life kind of sucks, I don't think you should do drugs. Because here's the thing. A drug high is the same for everybody. MDMA is going to be an amazing experience no matter how shitty your life is. But if your normal life sucks, I think that the mood that you get when you're high is going to be really addicting because your normal life is really shitty. Like when I come off of my highs, I've had fun, but my normal life is cool. I'm not trying to escape from like shit. My normal life is fine. So I finish my high and it's fun. Even if I'm coming down from a drug and I feel like I really want to re-up, as long as I don't, which I generally don't, I'm like, chill, my life is cool. But if your life sucks and you do a drug, like the difference between MDMA high for me and my normal life is like this. But if you take MDMA and your life sucks, you're still gonna get up here, but now your normal life is down here. The drop back to whatever your normal fucked up situation is probably gonna make you way more eager to do more in an unhealthy way. 2, 1, 2. Like this is the pattern that I need. That'd be my guess. So yeah, be careful. Ex-heroin addict, you're not wrong. Yeah, like that's the issue. Like people will look at like people like heroin addicts and shit and be like, oh my God, like this guy's life is so horrible. And it's like, not when they're high. But also, when they're not high, you're right. Their life is horrible. That's why you get high. It's because when you're really fucking high, you can be a billionaire or you can be the biggest fucking loser on the planet. When you're high on something like heroin, it's the same fucking feeling. It's fucking amazing. The only difference is the billionaire is going back to an awesome life that he doesn't need to escape from with some substance. But don't misrepresent what I'm saying. Be careful. You can probably get wealthy and get fucking addicted and be fucked on drugs too. So like there are like the physiological part is real. Yeah, don't be a fucking moron. So
online for no reason. It makes you look like a simp. Makes you look like a fan. Makes you look like a customer. Makes you look like a nerd. If you're gonna get caught fucking something. Do not burn your hours.
Have you done heroin? No, I don't know if I would ever try. I just don't think I would ever try. The pain, all that shit is like really spooky to me, the opioid shit. And the way that the high is described also sounds very, very scary to me because like, I think I've mentioned that MDMA is probably the only drug I've taken where I immediately can understand why somebody would get addicted to drugs. Because like with LSD or with mushrooms, when you're coming down from that, or even weed, when you're coming down, you're like, okay, that was a fun experience. MDMA is the only drug where as soon as you can detect that hint of a come down, you have a brief moment of immeasurable sadness that washes over you because you're like, fuck, this was the best feeling in the world and I'm about to walk away from it. Oh no. MDMA is the only drug I've had where I understand why people are like, I need to take more, I want to re-up, I want to go blah, blah, blah. And in the moment, you can start to spin so many reasons why it's okay to re-up. Like, I took 100 milligrams. I know that's kind of high, but 200 is like the max safe dose. And it's like, okay, well, fuck it. Let me re-up one more time. I've gotten 200 in me. It's like, okay, 200 milligrams. Coming down, it's kind of high, but like, I don't really do MDMA that often. Like, is it going to kill me? Probably not. Is there permanent damage from one time? Nah, I'll take another capsule. Another 100 is fine. And I was like, fuck, I already got like 300 in me. Like, Jesus, like, okay, I'm never going to do this again. I'm going to take like a 6-month break from MDMA, but let me just do like 100 more. Like, it's MDMA. You're not going to be in the high. Like, you can start to, and I imagine with things like heroin, it's probably even worse. I've heard those highs described similarly, but heroin is supposed to be more intense. I would imagine it is, but yeah, that's like when you get, that's crazy. But also when it comes to things like painkillers, I don't know if there's anything. that's quite like the fentanyl stuff. The biggest red flag to me is any drug that kills young people is a really, really, really scary drug. I've had at least one kind of friend that died. She was like 21 years old on a fentanyl overdose. Like people will talk about how dangerous like heroin and meth and all that shit is, but like generally people don't die when they OD on these drugs. Usually it's a hospital trip or whatever. Not like meth. That's a long time. And even heroin users don't typically die like, you know, in their first like fucking couple years of using these drugs. But damn, dude, fentanyl you can die instantly on an incredibly small amount. That shit is really scary to me. That kind of stuff is really spooky to me. Whew. So, if I liked uppers or downers more, I might try downers at some point. I really like alcohol, which is a downer. When people describe like Xanax and shit to me, the thing is for me, it just sounds really boring. And then also, I could be misreading this a lot, but when people describe how much they love Xanax and shit, all the people that talk about these drugs seem to be people that are very stressed out normally, and these drugs give them like a break from that stress and anxiety. That's what it feels like when they describe it. And I'm not an anxious person like ever. I don't have a lot of stress or anxiety. So the idea of like taking a drug that just like zones me the fuck out, and then I'm just like chilling, that just sounds like a boring experience to me. So that's why I've never like fucked around with like Xanax or any shit like that. Not to say that they're bad or anything, I don't know, but okay.
Cheating on your girlfriend emotionally with girls far away, with girls you haven't got a chance with.
Oh, wait. If I stick an engine like this up here, is it going to run into a penalty because there's an engine behind it? If I put one of these engines up here, Calican or whatever the fuck you pronounce its name. I'm waiting for him to respond. Ambient is kind of like what you're describing, but super whack at the same time? Sure. I don't know, but I can try to map it. Yeah, try it. I'm curious. I'm kind of annoyed Destiny about hard no on heroin, to be honest. I personally would probably never try it. But I don't think I'm in a position to give a hard no on any drug. I don't know enough about it. Super serious, Destiny. If you're wanting to try these things for the first time, what's a safe way to know you aren't getting some crazy fentanyl shit that insta kills you? I don't really know. I can test things like MDMA with the little, there's little testing kits that you can get. What's it called? These reagent tests or whatever. I don't know if you can test every drug like this. I know you can for MDMA. Basically what you do is you scrape off like an itty bit, you put it in a dish, you put a little dropper on it, and then depending on the colors that it turns, I think you usually use the marquee for MDMA, depending on the colors that it turns, you can tell if there's something else within the drugs. It wouldn't surprise you, there must be a way to test for fentanyl. I'm sure some of these have been created. Testing kits come with fentanyl strips. Okay, yeah, maybe there's. What's the difference between LSD and acid? Nothing, they're the same drug. But who tests the test kits? True. Is there such thing as a bad trip for MDMA? Oof. Is there? I don't know. I'm not sure. Would you ever do DMT? Maybe someday. What does ACID stand for? It's part of the abbreviation for what LSD is. It's lysergic acid dithalamide. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Dithalamide? Dithalamide? I don't know. Lysergic acid dithalamide. I can't pronounce this word. I can't read this well. But people just call it acid. Can you at least purchase Narcan and teach Melina how to use it? What the fuck is Narcan? Isn't that the shit that you give if somebody's ODing from like opioids? I don't do opioids. Neither of us do any of that. I don't fuck with those drugs at all. I just don't know enough about them. You'll probably need to do DMT like 80 times before you get a desirable effect. 80 times to have a breakthrough on DMT? I have never heard that in my life. I mean, maybe that's possible, but that's the first time reading that I've ever heard. What I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not because I've never done DMT. What I've heard is it can be hard to have a breakthrough on DMT because like 1 or 2 good hits can get you really high, and you might not be in the mood or state of mind or physically able to take like a 3rd hit, I guess, which is about how many people say you need to have like a breakthrough. But I've never heard that like you have to try it like 80 times or something. I don't know. Okay, back to this. Enough drug talk.
Girls with boyfriends who don't take you seriously, don't waste your time with this stuff, man. You only have 24 hours in the day, and you need to see 3 or 4 women minimum if you want to operate on my level. So do not waste your time with girls that are far away, because there's nothing worse than getting caught and having your girlfriend all strung up on some nonsense with some girl who's hotter than her, but she's in Singapore anyway. What are you doing? So absolutely do not do that. One of the most...
How large of a dose do we have for acid? I usually do 150. That's the highest I've ever tried. I probably should try more, but I don't want to say I'm a pussy. That's not... That's an unhealthy approach. I was still traumatized by my mushroom shit, but I probably could do more now. I think I've largely gotten over that stuff recently, so...
Fundamental mistakes. When you get attention like I do as a man, make sure it's localized. Make sure you have an opportunity to fuck her, an opportunity to see her, and don't get caught.
Can you explain the life of a fuckboy? Why would anybody bother that much? I truly don't know. You should ask the fresh and fit people. I don't know what they get out of sex, because like I've asked them before. There was that one mind-blowing conversation where they went around the tables like, what makes for like good sex? And none of the girls or the guys there had like an answer. And it seemed like sex is more of just like a status thing than an actual like I fuck because I enjoy it thing. So yeah, I don't know. You should ask them. I don't know why.
Caught by your girlfriend doing nonsense shit. Don't get caught watching porn. It makes women feel undesirable. Cut porn out of your life if you want to operate on my level. Do not get caught masturbating. That's super embarrassing. These are very basic things, but I think if you are on your way to being an elite level guy, you should know these things already. Those are the don'ts in relationships. No elite playboy lives without girlfriends or the respect of women. Relationships are essentially important to every single man. It's not enough to just have sex. Relationships are intensely important. So use everything I taught you and maintain your relationships the way that I do it. Believe me, some of these things may not seem like they work. Test them and hit me back with some feedback, because I know from personal experience they do. That's the end of Module 3. Who cares? I now know.
Okay, we're good on this. How do you have a bad trip on acid? You can't really describe a bad trip, I think. Bad trips are emotional states of mind. It's a very emotional thing. You're not going to be able to just say, like, this is what a bad trip is. Can I flip this? Flip. I don't have fucking tiles. How stupid am I? Is this something concerning vaccines? Moderna is quadrupling the cost of COVID vaccines to 26 a dose to 110 to 130. CEO Stephanie Bancel calls the price hike consistent with the value of the mRNA vaccines. Moderna's costs are $285 a dose for a 4,400%. I don't know. I don't know what the patents or what the price modeling was original on these things. I have no idea. Did you do salvia? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. If I don't know much about a drug, I'm not trying it. I do. You should do. I would encourage you to do a lot of research on any drug you do. Find other people that talk about it. Find other people that have done it. Get dosing requirements. All that shit. What the fuck is going on here? Have you ever tried Kratom before? I've heard of that. That one LSD guy on YouTube apparently destroyed his life with Kratom, I think, right? Yikes. unstable. Wait, what's going on? Wait, what? Why just those places? What's on crack? I don't know. Wait, why just in front of this? What the fuck is connecting and disconnecting from my computer? You'll be shocked when that Max talked about you on stream last night? Wow, crazy. The last engine is one off? No, it's supposed to be like that, I think. Wait, oh fuck, hold on. I wonder what this means. Does it just need a floor there? Do you guys have synthetic weed in the US? Does smart shop weed mean anything to you? No. We might have synthetic weed. I don't know. What are the dangers of trying mushrooms? Probably psychological. What is happening here? Should I just maintain the same distance? Perma trip? That can't happen. That's bullshit. Do you think drugs are an everyone should try it once kind of thing or no? I would say so for certain psychedelics. I think everybody should try it at least once. But some people get mad at me for saying that, so, you know, whatever. I guess I'll just try to keep it the same distance, see if that helps. Have you heard of salvia? Yeah, people keep asking that. I've never tried salvia. I don't know enough about it. Again, if I do any drug, like, I'm fucking reading all the Psychonaut, all the Arrowwood, like, people's experiences with it, like, finding, like, conflicts. Like, I do a lot of research on drugs before I try them. I don't want to fucking die. Or causing, like, permanent damage to my body. Or brain. The Netherlands government has some good stuff on YouTube. Maybe. I don't trust any government. Governments in general seem like they have the most dog shit takes on drugs, which is really unfortunate because you should be able to trust them, but yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to remember what's on the US government's thing about like MDMA like could cause like heart attacks or something. I don't know. It's always like the dumbest shit and it's like, really, dude? Or no, I think they put, I'm pretty sure on the FDA site, I think they put, or is it DEA site? Health, facts, MDMA. They'll put like MDMA, like side effects increases chances of like STDs because you'll have like premarital sex. Because MDMA can promote trust and closeness, its use, especially combined with sildenafil, Viagra, may encourage unsafe sexual behavior. This increases people's risk of contracting or transmitting HIV or AIDS. Like, this is like so dumb. I don't know. I think that's stupid. Do you have a chance to stumble into schizo from psychedelics if you have a genetic predisposition towards it? Almost. I'm pretty sure drugs can give you a higher chance of having that stuff come out, even if you don't have a predisposition towards it. Thank you. I want to say there was a big study on weed, on marijuana, that actually showed that even if you don't have a predisposition towards crazy mental shit, that it can still cause you to. It actually is causally linked, I think, or the theory is that it's causally linked to giving you a bad time, causing you to have develop schizophrenia. Was it schizophrenia in particular, or was it all dementia? I don't remember. I don't think actually schizophrenia isn't even dementia. It's a psychological illness or something. You ever tried dog turds? Have you tried Down syndrome? Have you tried beating your head with a hammer? Have you tried licking toads? Good one. It's not premarital sex, it's unsafe sex. Do you think, though, that it's fair to put warnings on drugs that decrease inhibitions, which may, I mean, that's true of alcohol. That's going to be your number one, sex fuck drug is going to be alcohol, probably, because every woman feels like she needs to fucking drink a little bit in order to want to have sex for some reason. I don't know fucking why. Dumb. You explain your experience with Adderall? Yeah, Adderall is amazing. I don't know if I would get a prescription or not. Right now, I'm not doing anything until I finish Factorio, so. How do you differentiate between good advice and shitty drug bro science? I would be scared to death of anything I read because, yeah, I don't know. Erowid, E-R-O-W-I-D, and the Psychonaut Wiki are two things that I recommend if you care about my opinion about anything. But otherwise, druggies are usually the worst people to get drug advice from because they're just fucking stupid. It sucks, but yeah, I can't. People are really hard to trust in the drug community because they say so much fucking stupid shit. Oh, are you serious? These things are so annoying. Permatrip is real? I hope you're not linking me an article on HPPD. You are linking me an article on HPPD. Okay, hallucinogenic persisting perception disorder does not mean you're in a permanent trip. It just means that one of two things generally happens to people that have HPPD. Either one, you kind of have a snowy effect when you're looking at anything. So especially when you're looking at blacks, there's going to be a little bit of a snowy effect. Black's the color, not the people's. Which some people already have anyway. Some people are born with that, apparently. But the second thing is sometimes you might see things moving out of the corner of your eye that are not really there, like shadowy figures or whatever. Again, not black people, but shadowy figures. But the idea that you're on a permanent, actual LSD trip, I don't think that's true. Never heard that in my entire life. Do you ever bring up drug use on Tinder dates? It depends. A person's willingness to talk about drugs in a mature manner can actually key me in on a lot of their personality, which is interesting. If a girl's ooh, no, I would never, it tells me a bit about, not that it's necessarily bad if you don't do drugs, but it clues me in on a bit about your personality. One, two, three. Isn't it true LSD is stored in your spine? No, that's absolutely not true. I don't know why people say that. I don't even know where the fuck that rumor started from. Also, HPPD is supposed to desist after a while, but if I do this, will the fuel flow into the engine and through the other thing? I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard it's possible to get PTSD flashbacks to bad trips when it feels like you're tripping again. That might be real. Well, I have that, or I had that. For the mushroom shit. But that shouldn't just happen randomly. That's when you're doing drugs again, I think. Have you ever lifted while high as fuck on weed? That sounds dangerous as fuck. Okay. Can I flip this? Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. So I was already getting your ass about drug takes. Please don't listen to Destiny about hard drugs. His takes on rec drugs, transmission, MDR are fine, but his clear inexperience with hard drugs, meth, crack, heroin, etc. I don't care who you are and how similar it is. Heroin will fuck you up in ways. So I don't think this even contradicts anything I said. See you later. Bye. Something about these drugs can really change your psychology in a way that I can't explain. Seriously, I got clean when I was 19, but it still fucks me if I see a needle on the ground. Drugs can be really fun, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't do that. I've literally said I don't do opiates for this reason, but enjoy your permaban. See you later. I think that I think that it's more healthy to have a mature take on all drugs rather than saying some drugs are safe and some drugs are not safe, because I think it lures people into thinking that some drugs are safer than they are. For instance, I think that alcohol and marijuana are two incredibly dangerous drugs, but nobody cares because they're illegal and they're safe. Like, a lot of people get raped and shit because of alcohol. Getting blackout drunk is really dangerous. Drunk driving probably kills more people than like fucking almost more than most drugs. I wonder actually how many people die from drunk driving. That might not be true actually, because a lot of people OD on opiates and shit now. Drunk driving deaths are 9,000. There's probably more people actually dying from opiates, I think. Fentanyl deaths, US. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Not just fentanyl. Drug OD deaths, US. Nearly 92,000 persons died from drug involved. What do you think is the most common ODing drug? If it's not fentanyl, do you think it's actually, hold on, we can probably check. Oh wait, it was 8.4K only in Florida? Oh shit. In 2018, 10,000 people died, and okay, yeah, a lot of people died from drug driving and shit. I think that alcohol is really dangerous because of the proclivity because of how easily available it is, and the proclivity you have to doing other things. I think makes alcohol really dangerous, and I think weed is really dangerous for the psyche because I know so many people. Let me think about this. I don't know if I know anybody that smokes recreationally. I think almost every single person I know that smokes weed smokes once per day. I think that's really scary. I think that's a really, really, really scary thing to do. And I feel like that is so incredibly normalized among marijuana smokers. But it's like, it's not a dangerous drug, so it's okay. And I think that has a lot of really bad downstream knock-on effects on your life. So yeah, I don't know. That's spooky to me. I think it's kind of scary. I'm trying to think of the friends that I know that smoke. I feel like all of them smoke almost daily. Yeah, but... Bro is starting his Joker arc. I'm way past all stages of grief. Oh. Can you be more dangerous or specific about the dangers of smoking daily other than the oblivious health issues? I personally feel like it would destroy your motivation in life, and it's probably fucking with your mind in ways that are destroying your ability to like deal with or cope with or get through life on a daily basis. I don't have a study to back that up. That's just a feeling I have. It's a feeling I have. I don't know very many wildly successful people that are smoking all the time. I feel like it puts you in an ultra complacent state in life, and it destroys your ability to learn like healthy coping mechanisms or healthy like mental things you can do, because you rely on it hardcore. Okay, wait. Okay, what are we doing? We were talking to Nathan about drugs? Not yet. I don't know. He's 11 now, maybe. Wait, what is my whole stress? Oh shit. I feel like the top here should be like dick. It should be like a mushroom dick. Because I don't want the back here getting hit by shit. Destiny references drunk driving to show how dangerous alcohol is. Well, I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to have an academic debate with you over drugs. I'm just telling you realistically in real life how it plays out. Like, a lot of people drink and drive. A lot of people, yeah. I don't know. That's just realistically, that's just how it goes. People do that. What evidence would you need to see to convince you that smoking weed daily is not doing those things? I don't know. Maybe if I met a bunch of successful people, it's pretty anecdotally driven. Unfortunately, a lot of drug shit is, but. Master's degree, great job with baller benefits, long-term GF, smoke every day and doing just fine. There you go, okay. My favorite thing is how Destiny doesn't trust the government on drugs, but does on everything else, LOL. Well, never mind. I'm not getting baited by that one. That was a nice try though. I give you an A+ for that. Somebody mod that dude in YouTube chat. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, I need to be able to get ore. This is a good ore collection thing. So let's wipe this. We can put this farther down here. Boom. 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 Okay, ore comes in that way. Do I need to trigger you for you to read my comment? Yeah, you don't realize how it works. I've seen schizophrenic symptoms and maladaptive daydreaming literally destroy lives from daily weed smoking. Okay. Okay, I need to finish this ship. Hold on, it should be like while we're having these talks, my ship should be going back and forth mining this fucking ore, like idling, but I'm not. Nothing is happening right now. Okay. Okay, we need a... This? Oof, I'm not gonna be able to fit this sideways. Dude, what is the name for the disease where you can never find shit in your inventory? In Terraria, in Minecraft, in every fucking game I play. Holy shit. Okay, heat exchanger. Heat exchanger and turbine. Senior VG debate, we should discuss philosophy of language at some point. Okay, maybe. Okay. Let's put this bad boy right here. We're gonna throw you up here to check for shit. Okay, now we can cut off this whole left side of the ship, which is probably gonna be helpful. How do you feel about drunk driving being widely different from country to country? Like, it's insane the difference in amount of people who drive drunk, say in southern parts of Europe and say Scandinavia. I don't know what the difference is. Which drug makes people on it the worst to be around and your experience hanging out with them? I'm not going to know the worst because I don't know many people with extreme drug problems. People with like meth or heroin or those types of addictions are probably going to be the worst, I would imagine. The ones that are like life destroying, but I don't, just because of the communities I'm in, I don't know many people like that. Turbine like this. Or maybe I should just extend it out to the left here. Because is there any reason to make the ship longer than it needs to be? Because it already has to be wide enough to cover everything. Oh, shit. How often is too often for a megadose mushroom trip? Your tolerance on mushrooms is probably going to reset about every 14 days. Apparently you're delusional. Destiny can't tell how attractive a man is. Did I just hear Destiny right? He compared Myron to Sneeko in terms of looks. Is he crazy? Sneeko is a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of look. Myron is a 6 if you're being very charitable. Are you serious? I think Myron has a nice smile. I think he's tall. I think he's pretty ripped. Like, if you think Myron is a 6, you're black-pilled, my dude. You're fucked. You're actually fucked in the head. If you think Myron is a 6, you are actually black-pilled. Holy fuck.
You could eat your own weight in cherry-flavored craisins.
Jesus. Please validate my skepticism on the effectiveness of microdosing. I don't know shit about microdosing. It sounds stupid, but... Keep saying Miami 6, guys. It's fucking hilarious. It's only like 20 of you have made that same joke. Keep going, guys. Here, like this? Yeah, fuck it, actually. I should just fly a box. Why the fuck am I trying to think of all this stupid make it look good shit? We don't need to do that. We're flying the box ship. That's what we're doing, boys. Can't fly a box because it won't be aerodynamic. I seriously wonder how much that shit matters for like, because technically space isn't a true vacuum. If you were like flying ships near the speed of light, I wonder if aerodynamic shit would matter. Aerodynamic. Probably not, because you're still colliding with the same number of particles anyway, whether it's aerodynamic or not. And there's no, I don't know actually, I have no idea, I'm not sure. New requirement strikes. Please do not apply if you are the following star signs. Oh, head of housekeeping. That's funny. Based. This is so common here in Brazil? Wait, really? Jesus. Aerodynamics means nothing in a perfect vacuum? Yeah, but space is not a perfect vacuum. This? Let's try it. Fuck it. Does the amount of rockets you have matter? Yeah, I think it makes you go faster, hopefully. Hull stress is getting fucked because I need more empty tiles? Oh no, I have too many empty tiles and I could use way more walls. That's okay, we're still working. Hit a 900 or get your food right now. Oh, okay. You want me to throw out a 900? Even on my fucked keyboard? Well, I do it on my mouse, hold on. Although it's harder on mouse, but... Probably can't do it while music is playing, hold on. It's harder because the mouse is moving around a little bit, but yeah, no. We stack the rockets in front of each other, then the ship goes faster because the front rocket pushes and the rocket in the back. True. That sounds like it would really work that way, or really work that way. I think if you were flying near the speed of light, hitting the smallest pebble would smash your ship to bits, so aerodynamics in terms of being able to push particles away would probably matter. I have no idea how to even imagine how to handle that in the real world. Yeah, I have no idea. Nice, dude. "71%, 78%. Oh, so it matters how far away the engine is from the thing you're pushing, maybe? Okay. How are we doing here? Okay. The ship is way too big. At the speed of light, the slightest changes in speed of any part of the structure would completely destroy the entire ship, even if the whole structure is somehow part of the same lattice? Lattice? I don't know if that's the word. Maybe. I wonder if that was affecting it at all. Okay, that is affecting, or it's not affecting. Okay. Let's finish our power structure here. Do you think it's better to do it like this or straight up and down? I think this might be better, actually. We'll just do it like this. Volume boosts the sound effect of pipes falling over very dramatically. Good one. Okay, that's letting out water. And then boom, boom. This is letting out water as well. Boom, boom. And then this is water feeding in. Did you see Bruce talking about it yesterday? A little bit, but I don't care. That guy's a loser. Water tank here. Boom, okay. This is okay, but I have to pipe in water from pretty far away. It's kind of shitty. Did you finish researching on 46 deep space zones? Wait, are there 46 of them? Can you actually finish that research? Zone discovery. Targeted zone discovery. Deep space zone discovery 9. This is infinite. Why are you saying it only goes to 46? One, two. Okay. It gives an error message after 46? Wait, really? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Fuck. There's no way to like bring these together, huh? Using just tanks? Okay, okay. Are you that guy? Yeah, I am that guy. Oh wait, that's not even symmetrical. Fuck.
Like, yeah, well, nothing's going on here, so let's stir things up on the internet.
Oh my god, what if I move this over by 1? Like this. And then I move this whole setup over. Like this. Now we can do this. By tier 5 sub, how do I get a picture with you? Come find my house. And then we do this. Nice. One pipe here, one pipe here. Beautiful. Okay. Put a pylon here. And then one here. Everything should be powered. Oof, nice. Okay. Good container. Your storage is not connected to your engines right now. Are you sure? You are sure. Good one, loser. Okay, so I don't even need that. An edgelord, a psychopath, and a 15-year-old girl murders the father's interrogation. Background noise if you want. If this is JCS, we've already watched it.
I'm not demanding.
Oh, explore with us. 3.5 hours, bruv. That's perfect. You're a hero.
I'm asking nicely. As a kind civilian that also knows how to manipulate cops.
This is 22-year-old Russell Jones. Just hours prior to the filming of this interrogation footage, he was arrested for helping a 15-year-old girl execute the brutal murder of her father.
Let's set our clock, shall we?
In approximately 3 seconds, you will witness an extreme shift in his demeanor.
You're listening in on my conversations, aren't you? Oh. So, we can do this the nice way, or we can do it the hard way and I can release my bipolar. Let's make a deal. Do-do-do-do. 1, thanks for the food. 2, I see Ellie and Gavin because they are both under my protection. 3, before you release Ellie to her parents, or parent, do a background check as well as a DNA test, as well as, well, not DNA, a drug test. And if you find out that her parent, her mom, is in fact doing drugs, you are to release her to me. Tell him to release Gavin and Ellie. Thank you.
Tier 5 Collins right here.
Recorded. You can keep that on there. Unless you're a nice cop, then I take it back. But if you're one of those two-timing, donut-eating piece of crap that don't like rules, a high school bully with a badge, I'm sorry, buddy, but I eat high school bullies for breakfast. So, you want the whole story? Make a deal, or I let out my bipolar. Your choice.
The following footage contains never-before-seen personal accounts of the suspects involved in this crime. Through in-depth interviews, we've obtained rare insight into the minds of 3 criminals who display behavior that is among the most disturbing we have seen yet.
I can still twist your little mind.
Aaron Fryer's murder was reportedly one of the most gruesome homicides Medford police had seen. The investigative team assigned to the case knew there was significant cause for concern just from viewing the crime scene alone. Aaron's 2 youngest daughters, Sierra and Olivia, walked out of their bedroom the morning of October 2nd, 2017, to find the horrifying evidence of the crime. But their father was nowhere to be found. The 2, who were not yet in high school, called their father's girlfriend for help, and it was not long before the police were involved. Only a few hours later, investigators picked up and detained 3 young individuals, walking roadside a short distance from Aaron's abandoned silver Mercury Marquis. His eldest daughter, 15-year-old Ellen Rose Fryer, was part of the trio. Her 19-year-old boyfriend, Gavin Curtis McFarlane, and his longtime friend, 22-year-old Russell Pierce Jones, accompanied her.
What's your first name?
Mike.
Okay. Mike what?
Smith.
Mike Smith? Okay.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like one of those weird names.
Mike Smith does sound like a very common...
You sure it's not Russell? Well, that is one of the names that know about it.
I haven't patted him down or anything. Go ahead.
I don't really have any weapons or anything.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a whole lot easier, all right?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and stand here and spread your feet real quick.
I probably would be really stupid saying this.
Uh-huh.
But did you happen to notice my wrists at all?
Your wrists? What about them?
Well,
stick one,
the
well,
thing
good.
is that I can dislocate my wrist.
Okay, don't do that though, please.
Okay. You seem like a nice one. So
I appreciate it.
I won't make it hard on you.
All right.
I only make it hard on the bad ones. I actually started my own protection business.
Did you?
Yeah.
What kind of protection?
I know it's kind of risky, but I work with people 20 and younger, legally considered a runaway type of age.
Okay, so you're gonna protect like runaways?
They have to run away for some reason.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So you provide protection for runaways and get them like a place to live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a lot of places.
Ellen was a sophomore student at South Medford High School, Medford, Oregon, and Gavin was a previous student who had dropped out a quarter before his graduation. Ellen would tell police that she met Gavin walking through South's hallways. According to Ellen, she reached out via Facebook Messenger and started a conversation that would evolve into a forbidden romance. She, only 15, was underage, and Gavin, 19, was her lover. Friends and family were appalled, but no one as much as Ellen's father. Aaron, in addition to Ellen's mother, Maggie, immediately set clear boundaries. She was no longer allowed to see Gavin. Characteristic
Wait, what were the
to many
ages again?
teenagers who do not get their way, Ellen rebelled. She snuck out and lied to see him, secretly maintaining their bond. It was not long before Ellen's lies caught up to her,
19
and Aaron
and 15?
discovered that, instead of staying the night at a friend's as she'd been claiming, she was sleeping over at Gavin's. Aaron, furious, stormed over to Gavin's house, pounded on his door, and threatened him, warning him not to come near his daughter again, or else. It was following this incident that the couple, in addition to Russell, who claimed to own a protection business, developed an insidious plan that reached far beyond sneaking out or running away, as is typical of many teenagers. They began to conspire to murder Ellen's father, who Ellen alleged had abused her. Although they initially intended to execute their plan after the new year, when Ellen would turn 16, Ellen began to claim the abuse was growing worse.
And I was not happy with the text.
And that's the one that talked about the abuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And further, that she was pregnant with Gavin's child. This spurred a sense of urgency that drove them to act sooner rather than later. On the Saturday preceding the crime, when Ellen was absent attending a high school band event, Gavin and Russell attempted to break into her house through her bedroom window with murder in mind, messaging Ellen all the while. They quickly found that Aaron's girlfriend was asleep in the room and ran off. Although the attempt drew attention and concern, the police were not involved at that point. Aaron would pick his daughter up from the band event, take her and her siblings Halloween shopping, and treat them to Burger King the next day, and return to their home to watch a Sunday night movie. The events that followed the next morning were a tragic contrast to this seemingly wholesome day of family events. Gavin and Russell again arrived outside of Ellen's bedroom window in the early hours of that Monday morning. Ellen prompted Gavin to enter, and he obliged, while Russell remained outside in her yard. Over a period of an hour or so, Gavin and Ellen...
You must go for 100% streamline on all your ships, right? I would imagine.
...whimsically discussed their future, full of marriage and lifelong love. But this was only to pass time.
Do you reckon you could pass an interrogation if you committed a crime? I feel like if you had committed a crime and you were trying to pass an interrogation, it's not enough to... your goal shouldn't be to lie. I feel like your goal shouldn't be to lie. I feel like your goal needs to be, you need to write down a whole story to account for everything that happened, and then you need to commit to memory that story. Like, the goal shouldn't be when somebody asks you a question, you're trying to think like, well, what was I doing instead? The goal should be when a question is asked, you can refer back to what you've mapped on in your mind as a true recollection of events. I feel like that would be the important way to pass interrogation. If you're trying to lie on every single thing, you're gonna get fucked. But if you've created an alternative narrative that accounts for all the underlying facts, and you just remember that story, I think you'd have a better chance of getting through. That'd be my guess, but...
They were waiting
You also probably shouldn't talk to the cops anyway, you know.
For Aaron, who rested on the living room couch to fall asleep. Eventually, they heard snoring, and Gavin began to make his way to the living room. His first attempt failed when he accidentally kicked a trash can. It was still dark. Aaron woke up, Gavin retreated to the bedroom, and Ellen pretended that she had to use the restroom. Oblivious to his impending fate, Aaron purportedly said to Ellen, "Stop scaring me with all these people breaking in lately." When the two heard his snoring once more, Ellen handed Gavin an aluminum baseball bat, something Aaron had kept close by for protection, and told Gavin, "Take him out." After Gavin was finished, he sent Ellen a message informing her that it was done. Russell, who had stood outside with a machete for backup, entered the home at that point to assist with transporting Aaron's body. Russell reported that he was shocked and that he immediately retreated to the bathroom, sickened by the scene of the crime. Aaron's face, as shared by Russell, was scary. Due to the nature of Aaron's fatal injuries, Gavin wrapped a towel around Aaron's head and a blanket around his body. Russell, holding the blanket at Aaron's feet, and Gavin, holding it at his head, carried his body out to Aaron's own car and hoisted him into its trunk. Ellen was the last to re-enter her home. She stole money out of her recently murdered father's wallet, said goodbye to her sisters, who later told police they heard their father say a bad word when they were just waking up for school, and retrieved her dog before leaving. The trio proceeded to drive to Walmart while Aaron's body remained in the trunk. Ellen used the money she had stolen to buy junk food and hair dye. Before leaving, they walked into an SSI building so that Russell, who was on disability for reasons we'll learn later, could retrieve money with Gavin serving as his rep payee. The following eerie footage captures these moments.
Okay, is that footage really that eerie? My dude.
They dumped Aaron's body off an embankment along the side of a road. Also off the embankment alongside the road, they threw various incriminating pieces of trash and clothing articles. They ditched Aaron's car and walked away with plans of hiding low in an abandoned house and eventually retreating to California.
He dropped his body off on the side of like a pretty well-known road, man. Like some lady was like walking her dog and then found his body.
We interviewed dozens of friends and family who knew these suspects, and we found that almost all of them shared the same sentiment.
I spent like the whole year with her in band doing competitions and whatever. Someone pulled me aside, was like, "Did you hear what happened with Ellie?"
Oh my God, exclusive interview footage.
Or anything. And literally a week or two previously, I had spoken to her and been around her.
It shocked me. It was a shock.
It was a little.
Are you having
bit
UPS
shattered.
issues yet?
It was a,
No, but I tend to build in pretty UPS-friendly ways.
Kind of mysterious and gruesome one, and I don't think anybody was expecting that.
All signs aside, no one expected that this would happen.
Think about this. Your daughter's 15, 16, and she's with a grown-ass man doing drugs. I would tell him never talk to my daughter again. And it's like some Romeo and Juliet type. You know what I mean? They're not supposed to be together, but they want to be together.
Romeo and Juliet laws could be applied there because it's a 3-year age difference.
What is the Romeo and Juliet law?
So they do something drastic, you know. And unfortunately, it was taking Aaron's life in such a messed up way.
they found like actual evidence of them planning to kill both Ellie's father and the other guy whose name I can't remember, his dad as well.
Who's your father?
Russell Jones Sr.
Oh. What's so bad about him?
His past, as well as my past, growing up with him over 22 years.
I know at the very least Gavin and Ellie were present when one or both of them beat Ellie's father to death with a baseball bat. They, then took his car with his body, dumped him not even that far away, I don't think, in a ditch. Were caught like not that long after in the car, I think, which is crazy. Medford police at least say it's
Thanks,
one of the
Caden, for
goriest
recounting
things
just
I've
like
ever
the
seen.
facts of the story.
All factors involving these specific 3 individuals culminated with a deadly storm that ultimately led to Aaron's traumatic murder. This is the beginning of an end for Ellen Fryer. She sits stiffly in an uncushioned chair. The walls are bare and narrowly enclosing. Experts designed this room to spur feelings of discomfort, isolation, and unfamiliarity.
Wait, that's not base. Hold on, let me just record 1 sec. Look. Somebody in chat said they worked with interrogations and you could never outsmart an interrogator or whatever. Realistically, that's probably true. I've said this a million times. When people think about lying, they tend to think that lying is kind of like in a Hollywood movie. You just have like 1 or 2 big moments and you're okay. But the reality is there are so many things you have to do to sell a lie. You have to be almost sociopathic to do it. You're going to be nervous. You're going to slip up. Your body language will change. It'll change in ways you're not realizing it. And also, this is a classic thing is you'll make 1 or 2 mistakes and your entire story will fall apart. To create another narrative or story that accounts for all of the underlying facts of something else when you don't even know the information the person has, realistically, it's almost impossible. You should probably never be trying to do it. Telling a lie for like 1 or 2 short event things, like if I go out to Burger King and I was supposed to go out to eat like vegan food and like my wife asked me, did you go to Burger King or did you go to like Vegans R Us? I'm like, oh, I went to Vegans R Us. Like on a one-off lie like that, maybe. But like when you're talking about like whole events involving multiple people, like complicated shit going on, you're never getting away with it. Realistically, it's highly, highly, highly unlikely you'll be able to do that. And yeah, police and interrogators are here to like do this shit all the time. You've never tried to tell a professional lie before. Realistically, you're not getting away with it, right? Hold on 1 sec. Ooh, true. Okay, here we go.
Interrogation has already begun. Throughout the following interrogations, we will analyze all forms of communication, forensic linguistics, and the complex relationship between suspects' criminal behavior and unique underlying psychology. Only hours previously, Ellen stood outside her home while Gavin murdered her father. After she wrings her hands and cracks her fingers one by one.
You gotta be feeling like you fucked up hard if you're in the interrogation room, like, the same fucking day. Like, Jesus.
She stares stoically at the camera. Her behavior is markedly inconsistent with the nature of her recent experiences. An important aspect of reading body language is observing individuals' baseline nonverbal cues, followed by clusters of nonverbal cues, which can occur consecutively or simultaneously. Comparing these in the framework of individual circumstances, including environment, is an additional critical consideration. Upon contemplating Ellen's nonverbal language, also note her paralanguage, or the language that she conveys through vocal tone, pitch, prosody, volume, etc. They may assist law enforcement in building criminal profiles, determining suspects' motivations, or even detecting deception. Ellen shows little to no arousal physiologically, behaviorally, or emotionally. Mark this as our first significant behavioral observation.
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing, is that if you met Ellie, she doesn't seem like the type of person that would hurt somebody. She really was a sweet and soft individual. I think that's what was so shaking about it, was that it didn't really make sense to me that someone like Ellie would do that. Didn't seem in her character at all.
She was really sweet. She was a really great person, so I was like, okay, I can be friends with this person.
She just seemed like a normal 15-year-old girl.
Many classmates knew Ellen as the girl who always raised her hand in class. She was accounted as intelligent, polite, and kind. But something that few could later explain lied dormant in Ellen, hiding amidst high school band.
I feel like, well, no, never mind, I shouldn't say that. I want to say it's funny because, like, they do, like, these interviews and everything, but, like, they don't really add much. It feels like they just got kids that were, like, that they were like really excited to talk on camera. But it's just like, yeah, this person was nice. I'm like, yeah, it's like, okay. But maybe who knows? I mean, I guess it fleshes it out more if you want to feel like there's unique content here rather than just retreading old cases.
Trips, homecoming dances, and AP classes. Here, that something sits patiently and composed, waiting for an investigator in an empty interrogation room. The following interrogations have been analyzed by a qualified team, including 2 licensed attorneys, one being a former criminal prosecutor and a psychologist trainee.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you Ellie?
No,
What's your name?
I have the right to remain silent.
Okay.
True.
You do have the right to remain silent.
The investigative team on this case may have selected this specific investigator, Detective Stephanie Smith, to conduct Ellen's interrogation for tactical reasons. Police psychology experts outline that investigators with traits similar to suspects are more likely to succeed in building rapport and facilitating open, honest communication. This concept applies to the broader field of psychology as well. It may be used as a vehicle of manipulation to appear more likable, otherwise termed the liking similarity effect. Ellen is more likely to respond positively to a female who speaks softly than a male who speaks gruffly. Ellen immediately displays a high level of resistance. As the interrogation unfolds, Detective Smith will navigate each obstacle to open communication that Ellen throws her way.
Is that what you're choosing to do?
Yes.
Okay. I at least need to know your name now. You don't want to tell me your name?
Rain.
Rain?
Mark lying as our second notable behavior observation and display of resistance. Ellen's first word is a lie, and she lies about her name. Lying is a common exploitive tool. Compulsive lying or pathological lying is characterized by lying about subjects' surrounding identity as a means of control.
Okay, Rain, well, if you choose that you want to talk, I'm around, okay?
I would like to know why I'm in handcuffs and why I'm detained. I have the right to know.
Okay.
Ellen is angry. This reflects in her expression, which is a significant contrast between her flat disposition minutes previously.
Thanks, Chief.
Her eyebrows are raised unusually high, and she holds them there as she asks the investigator with a childlike voice in an indignant, defiant tone why she is being detained.
Why am I being detained?
Her eye contact is unfaltering, Advanced situational awareness training would identify this behavioral cluster as indicating a need for dominance.
So we got a call of concern at your house today. Well, first I'm going to tell you all your rights.
My house.
I'm going to tell you all your rights, okay? And then I'm going to explain to you what's going on. And if you choose to talk after that, that's completely up to you.
This is a lesser-known rapport-building tactic that functions by reminding suspects they have some level of autonomy. Ellen appears to grow more receptive.
Okay.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. So you said you want to remain silent.
But I would like to know why I'm detained.
Okay. So we got a call of concern at your house today, and your little sisters are pretty scared about what happened there. And so what we're doing is trying to figure out what happened. And the police went to your house, and we're also a little bit worried about what's going on over there.
Detective Smith is vague that law enforcement is worried about what is going on over there, Ellen's house. At this point, she's trying to build rapport. This is a soft and indirect approach. Detective Smith wants Ellen to fill in the gaps.
I haven't been there all night.
Well, there are things that would indicate otherwise.
Uh-oh.
I gave you guys what you wanted. Normally, it would take about 24 hours to get missing persons report if there wasn't evidence of blood. Then, if the person's missing for a total of 48 hours, hence 48-hour mystery dump.
This guy sounds like a fucking sociopath.
Posse. By then, Gavin, me, and her would be in California.
And I'd like to talk to you about that, but with your wishing to remain silent, it's really difficult to kind of get to the bottom of all of that.
Then let's talk.
Okay. So what I want to do is make sure you understand what I told you about what your rights are, because that's super important, okay? So can we go through those one more time?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. What does that mean to you?
Detective Smith reiterates the Miranda rights and asks Ellen to explain what each right means to make sure there is understanding. States often require this if suspects are 15 years of age or younger.
I was going to ask, do you really have to explain that? That seems like a really high threshold to me, but for a minor, maybe it's different, yeah?
So this morning, your little sisters ran over to your mom's house and told your mom about something that worried them that they saw in your house, okay? And what that was a large amount of blood. And they described a few things that you had been doing at the house. Kind of the way you said goodbye, and that it worried them because they weren't sure if they were going to see you again, and they love you. And that really worried them a lot about where you were going and why you were leaving so quick, because they care about you and they love you.
She frames the story from Ellen's sister's perspective, describing how scared they were to appeal to Ellen's humanity, but Ellen seems relatively unaffected.
You know,
and?
you love your sisters.
Yeah.
And you care about kind of how they feel about you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a logical fallacy,
Anybody
man.
would. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, kind of, that's what we need to hash out, you know? What did your sisters see? Why are they worried?
Yeah, what did they see?
That's what I'm going to ask you.
To be honest, I don't have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen becomes abruptly animated. She raises her eyebrows sharply, and they linger there. Something about the expression seems off. It doesn't reach the rest of her face, indicating chirality, or match her verbal expression. This abnormal behavior further supports that Ellen struggles with issues of affect or apathy. Ellen's expression, whatever it is, does not appear normal. Ellen's ex-best friend, Jillian McFeeters, commented on Ellen's mental health to investigators, stating that Ellen had displayed signs of bipolar disorder.
The switch would go off sometimes, and I mean, it was not very long. It was just
Seriously?
kind of a woo, and then it was gone, but...
This is a critical piece of information confirmed by someone who knew Ellen best. Ellen's mood fluctuations indicate that she suffers from heightened emotional reactivity and sensitivity in response to triggering stimuli. This contrasts with mood swings typical of bipolar disorder, which are not as transient.
You said that there was a large amount of blood. Is everybody okay?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Mm.
Yeah. Do you go to school?
No.
No. What's the last grade you completed?
12.
You completed 12th grade?
Detective Smith begins to ask background questions
Wait,
to
how old is
establish
she?
Ellen's behavioral baseline, or the behavior she normally displays when answering fact-based questions. Later in the interrogation, when she poses questions relevant to the crime, she will look for behaviors that diverge from Ellen's behavioral baseline when Ellen responds. We will expand on the formal technique of this concept later in the interrogations.
How old are you?
18.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Where did you go to school?
South Medford High School.
When did you graduate?
Last year. Class of 2017. This year, sorry. Class of 2017. I graduated with an honors diploma.
That's exciting.
As we know, Ellen is lying when she answers most of these questions. Because we know she's lying, we can see the way Ellen expresses herself non-verbally when she lies based on facts. 1. Ellen's tone drops and flattens, a notable deviation in her paralanguage.
Do you go to school?
No.
No. What's the last grade you completed?
12.
2. Her eyebrows raise. 3. This is a cluster of non-verbal indicators. Ellen looks up and to the right. She smiles, laughs as she answers, and then moves her hands apart.
When did you graduate?
Last year.
4. We can see another cluster when she corrects her lie with another lie. This time we can tell she's more flustered. She scrunches her face to the point that she closes her eyes. She false starts. We see her eyebrows drop dramatically. She rapidly shakes her head back and forth, and finally, she aggressively flicks her hair out of her face and tilts her head back.
Damn.
5. Last, we see another eyebrow raise.
What kind of classes did you take?
AP.
AP what?
AP American Studies, AP Human Geography, AP Psychology, AP Biology.
Goodness.
Pretty much everything I could take.
Yeah. And I know you live with your sisters, because I know somebody else has talked with them today. I didn't talk to them. And who else do you live with?
Just them.
Ellen responds, just them, and she sounds more emotionally expressive. She may have a soft spot for her sisters. The investigator seems to think so, as she often includes them in her questioning.
And my mother.
Okay. Where do you live?
In the area. I don't know the exact address.
So you live with your sisters and your mom, and you graduated last year. Okay. And you were walking down the street, it sounds like, today?
Mm-hmm.
Who were you with?
I was with my friends.
Okay. And I wasn't there, so I really don't know.
Yeah.
Who are your friends?
The two males that have also been detained.
Okay. Who are they to you?
They're friends.
Okay. What are their names?
I'm not going to give their names.
Unless I'm there, she only trusts me as a lawyer.
Okay. So what have you been up to today?
I haven't been home, and now I'm really concerned about what's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen puts up her defenses. In a setting outside of an interrogation, defensiveness naturally elicits a negative response from the listener. Detective Smith is trained to employ the resistance countering technique, reframing. In this instance, she utilizes reframing to refocus Ellen's attention on something more positive. Holding positivity assists with resetting the flow of conversation, prevents defensiveness from building, and increases efficient information gathering. This tactic draws from the field of positive psychology, which arose from the idea that reorienting focus and reframing perspectives away from negativity results in greater life equilibrium.
Good one, dude.
Where were you?
Out.
Like, out where?
Just out and about. Couldn't sleep.
When Ellen lied about graduating from South Medford High School,
I graduated with an honors diploma.
she stated that she had graduated with an honors diploma, an identity lie. This is unnecessary detail. In contrast, her responses here are short and vague.
Like, out where?
Just out and about.
She's unable to provide any detail. An investigative team will analyze amounts of detail and specificity in the context of what suspects say. They might note that Ellen was overly specific when she provided detail when Detective Smith didn't prompt her to. Honors diploma. They might also note that Ellen was overly vague when the investigator prompted her to be specific, her actions. Both warrant attention in an interrogative environment.
Where's the last place you slept?
At the house.
At your mom's house?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've talked to your mom.
Ooh.
You know that?
You
She's
lying.
still worried about you.
Ooh, wait. Oh, maybe she's not
She's
lying.
still worried about you.
Detective Smith shares that she knows Ellen is lying, but follows with an empathy statement. There is no perceptible response from Ellen, but it's clear Detective Smith is still trying to earn Ellen's trust and break the ice. This is an attempt to make an emotional connection, but Ellen holds steadfast, maintaining her resistance.
I would actually like to speak truth today. Okay. I think that your mom is, it's been a long time since I've seen a parent like your mom was today. She was on her knees on the ground, sobbing.
And? Logical appeal to
And
emotion?
that's how
Logical
worried she is about
fallacy?
you. So I do know that that's not where you spent last night. So where'd you spend last night?
I didn't sleep last night.
So where's the last place you slept?
My mother and my father's house.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've talked to your mom, and so I know that you hadn't been staying there.
Right, it's my father's weekend. I go back and forth, though, because my father is a little bit abusive.
Okay.
Ellen mentioned her father's abusive behavior relatively out of context. Her parents shared joint custody, which explains why she went back and forth between their houses. Further, her response bared no relevance to the question. Consider that Ellen conspired to kill her father and very recently encouraged and stood by as her boyfriend murdered him, lifted his body into the trunk of her father's car, and threw it over an embankment.
Why is
Her
my
statement
streamline not
regarding her
increasing?
father's abusive behavior extends beyond a lack of remorse, resembling something more like revenge.
Revenge.
When investigators spoke to Ellen's old friends, they shared that she had been consistently confiding in them about the abuse.
I know that he was kind of rough on her, and she said that he would, emotionally abusive and physically abusive, but I'm not sure how true that is.
What she would bring up is things weren't they were not good at her household. She felt her dad wanted to kill her. He started getting abusive. He started mistreating her sister.
I bet this doesn't count.
When the Medford PD posted details surrounding the crime and suspects on their Facebook timeline, there was an outpouring of mourning and kind words for Aaron. Many comments portrayed Aaron as the opposite of abusive, stating, Aaron cared more about his girls than anything. Members of the Fryer family and the Medford community were shocked.
So what's the last house you left from?
My father's house.
Okay. And when did you leave there?
About noon.
Okay.
Oh, it is. This isn't even impacting it.
Wherever I felt like going. I just went for a walk. And I didn't stop walking.
So today is Monday, and it is 11:30.
Okay, so I've been awake for almost 24 hours.
So you left at noon. What day?
Sunday.
Okay.
Yesterday.
And what was going on before you left the house?
Detective Smith is attempting to establish timelines, but this proves difficult due to Ellen's continued lying and evasion.
My father was very upset about something.
What was he upset about?
I can't recall. He has very violent outbursts.
Okay.
My dog was hit by a car because he smashed a glass table onto my dog, and the gate was open, so my dog ran outside and he got hit by a car.
My goodness, when did that happen?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay. So what was going on yesterday to make you leave?
Just didn't really like the environment. I just didn't like the vibe.
Okay.
Bad
so who was
vibes.
home when you left?
My sisters and my dad.
Okay.
Where's my dad now?
Well,
Ellen attempts to act as though she's concerned about her father, but she fails badly. Consider which behavioral cues indicate deception and post the timestamps in the comments.
thanks, dude. I like the interactive ones.
So you leave. What door did you leave out of?
The front door.
Okay. And did you tell anybody you were leaving?
No.
And then where'd you go?
Just turn here, turn there. Just kind of wandering around town.
Making my way.
Ellen describes walking and seeing the nearby market, though she says her memory is fuzzy,
My memory is pretty fuzzy though.
Is it?
and she claims she doesn't remember much else.
And then what else did you see?
Nature.
Preceding interrogation, investigators may engage in an exercise termed perspective taking. They place themselves in the suspect's shoes. Suspects will often prepare themselves
Thanks.
to answer questions that are central to the crime
Oh,
they
actual
committed.
photo of her shoes?
By viewing
Okay.
the situation from suspects' perspectives, investigators are more likely to determine what questions suspects might expect or not expect. Investigators will then begin the interrogation by asking anticipated questions to establish a behavioral baseline and follow by asking unanticipated questions. This allows investigators to make a comparison between baseline responses and responses that suspects provide when caught off guard.
Well, at some point you must have met up with some friends.
Oh, yeah, I ran into them.
Where were you when you saw them?
Can't remember.
So I feel a little bit, tiny bit like we might just be like playing cat and mouse and going back and forth. Okay.
In addition to displaying high levels of resistance, Ellen pushes back at the investigator. She exhibits prolonged eye contact. This is a confrontational behavior indicating aggressiveness. She will continue to do this periodically throughout the interrogation.
Your sisters have actually been already talked to by somebody, and they're pretty good on their times when they saw you, because they were getting up and alarms were set and looking at tablets and things like that.
Okay.
And so, you know, I just want to have an honest conversation with you. I think that your sisters are beyond scared, beyond worried. Okay? Like, for instance, the dog. Where's the dog?
Where is my dog?
What's its name? Squeakerbeak or something?
Sparklebeak.
Sparklebeak.
Where is he?
Sparklebeak.
You tell me.
Don't fuck
Where's
my
my
dog's
dog?
name up.
I don't know. Where is Sparklebeak?
No.
Okay, well, for me to have an answer about where Sparklebeak is, I don't. Because you're actually the one that took Sparklebeak.
Ooh.
I took him for a walk around the block and then I dropped him back off.
Sparklebeak is not anywhere to be found. Your sisters remember you taking... Your sisters actually remember you taking him this morning and walking out the door with Sparklebeak. I think only you know the answer to that.
No, I don't.
It would be nice to be able to at least let Sierra and Olivia know.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have a boyfriend?
My parents made us break up.
Oh, they did? Tell me about that.
They just didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Note that Detective Smith is skilled at asking very open-ended questions to entice Ellen to speak. Open-ended questions encourage narratives that are rich in detail and allow investigators to collect further
tripping up.
information and insight related to the case.
How'd you meet him?
School.
At South? Okay. And so you've been out of school for a bit,
Mhm.
but your parents didn't like him?
Yeah.
How come they didn't like him?
I don't know.
Well, you must have had some kind of conversation about why your parents don't like your boyfriend.
They're just like, we don't like this guy, get rid of him.
So what did you do?
I ended it.
What was that boyfriend?
Ended what?
Gavin.
Justin.
What's his last name?
Can't remember. I wasn't dating him for very long. Maybe 2 weeks.
You don't know your boyfriend of 2 weeks' last name.
No.
We could find him in a yearbook, though.
Oh, okay.
Don't you think? Okay. You didn't have any other boyfriend?
No.
Every detail holds the potential to be significant. The nonverbal indicator that follows is very subtle, almost unnoticeable.
I've had a few, like, weak relationships, but I don't really consider those to be real.
Everything is noteworthy when it comes to body language analysis. Note that Ellen displays asymmetrical eye blinking and has done so several times throughout the interrogation up to this point. As part of a standard neurological examination, practitioners document asymmetrical facial movement, including eye blinking as well as out-of-the-ordinary ocular movement. Blinking is controlled by the nervous system, specifically through voluntary neural control in the autonomic nervous system. This could be a sign of a neurological, neuropsychological, or psychological issue, as well as medication or drug use.
Wow.
Overtiredness may also cause asymmetrical eye blinking.
Did you guys
And
know
Ellen
that?
has purportedly been awake for approximately 24 hours or more.
Bet you didn't know
Although overtiredness is a likely cause, We must also note that Ellen displays other abnormal eye movements at different points during the interrogation, as well as significantly and consistently odd behavior. We can only speculate what exactly this may be, but we do know there is a strong possibility that each time Ellen does this, she is experiencing some form of abnormal brain activity.
Tell me about the boyfriend you had that your dad thought was too old for you.
No. Oh yeah, that's another situation. My dad's just flat out, I don't like this guy. You need to break up with him. And of course, I want my father's wishes for the person I'm seeing.
Who was the guy that was too old for you?
I won't give names.
So what was that circumstance, though? Tell me about that.
My parents are very controlling.
Yeah.
My dad is very abusive.
In what way?
Verbally, emotionally.
Say physically.
When I did something that he didn't like, he would grab me right here and he'd pin me against the wall.
And then what would happen?
And then my little sisters would freak out and then he'd stop.
So what was being said or what was being done or what happened to lead up to him putting his hand on you?
I honestly don't know. I'd like to know that myself.
Well, I don't have that answer because you were the one that was there.
Well, like I said, he was drunk, but he's done it sober as well.
But what words were being said?
Like, you. It's very emotionally damaging to hear your father tell you that.
And who all was there when that happened?
Just me, after school.
I thought you said your sisters were there.
Ellen shared only moments ago that her sisters asked him to stop.
So who was home when you left?
Little liar.
Here she explains that she was alone when it happened. Investigators may ask the same questions repeatedly to look for the slightest deviation in suspects' stories, particularly to those who display high levels of resistance, like Ellen does. Among the handful of Ellen's friends and acquaintances who spoke to the police and/or accepted our invitation to interview, 2 mentioned that Ellen was not always honest.
And she came to school one day with a thing on her leg and said it was from her sisters pushing her. But I don't know, because Ellie has kind of lied to me before, which did hurt.
Jillian McFeeder shared the story of an event that occurred closely preceding Aaron's murder with police. McFeeder stated she decided at that point that she could not forgive Ellen for what she'd done.
Rip.
She was telling her father that she was at my house when she was actually at her boyfriend's house. So I got a call from Ellie that was very frantic saying, I need you to cover for me. So of course I'm thinking, okay, maybe something really bad is going on. So her dad calls me, and of course I cover for her, and then he finds out, so he ends up thinking that I was covering for her the entire time when I did not have a clue that she was lying. This is one time I thought maybe she's in a dangerous situation. Of course I'm going to help her because she was my best friend and I trusted her, and that was the wrong decision.
Yeah, big mistake.
Jillian ended her friendship with Ellen after that night and explained to the investigator that she would never trust her ex-best friend again. She knew Ellen was going down a wrong path, and she refused to follow. Here, sitting opposite a trained investigator, Ellen does exactly what cost her Jillian's friendship. She lies.
Yeah, sometimes we go over there by ourselves, and we just want to get away from the other two. Having 2 younger sisters is stressful. Everything's an argument.
Layside. Layside.
The following questions are generic about whereabouts, the last time she saw her father, and some of her locations over the past 24 hours. Smith is establishing a timeline and frame of reference to compare it to what she knows about Ellen and the crime and what she will learn from Russell's and Gavin's interrogations.
So you were at the park on the other side of the street from Dairy Queen and Blackbird, and then you saw your friends. And what were your friends doing?
Just hanging out, being goofballs.
Milky Mill.
Okay.
We know that Ellen and said friends were certainly not just hanging out, being goofballs. Ellen does not appear to be
Goofy
attached to
kids.
what she says, seeming guiltless. She also comes off as equally removed from impending consequences. As an honors student with stellar grades, Ellen has demonstrated advanced cognitive ability. She would need to possess assets like strong critical thinking skills, working and long-term memory, and at least an average or above IQ to excel as she has. If Ellen is intellectually gifted, we have less of an explanation for why she consistently tells lies that she cannot keep up with. Her approach to evasion and resistance is persistent but not logical, let alone strong, and it brings up a question as to whether Ellen is in a normal, healthy state of mind at the time of this interrogation. A more sinister explanation, Ellen could be doing this intentionally, manipulating the investigator and setting the scene for an insanity defense.
And then what was the conversation?
Hey, what are you doing? Nothing much. What are you doing? Just walking around. You want to hang out? Sure. And we started walking.
And when do you think that was?
I'm not quite sure.
What kind of car does your dad drive?
Grand something?
What color is it?
Like goldish silver.
Okay. When's the last time you were in that car?
When he drove me to the store.
Detective Smith continues to ask questions surrounding details of the crime. She has reasonable suspicion that Ellen was in that car only hours ago with her dead father in the trunk.
Damn.
And she's probing for behavioral discrepancies between answers Ellen provides here and answers Ellen provided earlier when responding to questions unrelated to the crime.
When's the last time you drove that car?
The last time I drove that car. When I parked the car at Walmart.
Okay. And that was, so today's Monday, and you said that was a couple days ago?
Mm-hmm.
What time of day?
We had to get something for dinner. So I'd say about 6 p.m.
And who all went to Walmart?
Just me and my dad.
Okay. What'd you guys get?
Meat.
What kind? Like, what were you guys making?
Oh, I'm vegetarian, so I don't really care.
By the way, did you know sausages are actually the leftover pig guts? And intestines, and the heart, and the liver, pork chops, they're used.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your dad?
Yesterday. I'm too tired to keep talking. I'm really sorry.
You want to take a little break? Okay. Do you want some water or anything?
No, thank you.
You just want to sit here for a few minutes?
I'd like a place to lay down and sleep.
Okay. Well, you just sit tight for a few minutes and we'll try to figure that out, okay? Okay.
Okay.
It may be difficult to imagine that this mild-mannered 15-year-old girl conspired to kill her father. She has denied knowledge and culpability and claimed abuse. She has likewise lied consistently throughout the interrogation. Many involved in this case seem to want an answer to a question they are hesitant to ask. Was Ellen truly a victim of abuse, or is she lying? We spoke to multiple sources who questioned why Ellen planned and encouraged the murder of her father when other options of escape from the alleged abuse were available to her. They argued that she could have gone to the police, her doctor, the fire station, or...
Hold on.
or other local sources of support. They asked why she'd not chosen to run away. They admitted that they simply couldn't understand what had happened. It's relevant to note that cases of patricide are extremely rare. The circumstances of Aaron's tragic murder were less than 0.002% likely to happen. This innocent, sweet-sounding 15-year-old girl is not a typical young teenager. Her actions were so unusual that even the FBI lacks the words to describe them. Ultimately, though, Ellen didn't swing the baseball bat that killed her father.
Gavin was kind of one of those kids that kind of everybody knew, at least, because he had kind of a very specific outward kind of image that I think he was trying to display, you know, very dark, very kind of shady, you know.
Overall, I mean, he really was relatively nice, but just kind of a weird kid.
Gavin was a normal guy. He was really cool.
You know, he's always outgoing. He was an open person. He was like, I don't know, he had friends, but he wasn't like popular, if that makes sense.
It just makes sense that he would do something like that. I mean, he makes threats to kill people. He obviously has the outward image of somebody who, it seems like he was playing an imitation game. It's like the classic, you know, trench coat mafia at your school. Like, it seemed like he wanted to be one of the Columbine shooters.
Many of those who knew Gavin held mixed perceptions of him. From multiple accounts, he seemed to be as much of a friend as he was an enemy, as normal as he was eccentric, and as outgoing as he was reserved. Some said that they noticed him changing over the couple of years leading up to Aaron's murder. Others said that he had always been the way he was. Regardless of whether pre-murder impressions of Gavin were positive or negative, most who responded to our request to interview didn't believe that he could have done what he did.
He was never like that, man. No one would have ever guessed that he would have been a murderer, you know? In social environments, he can be cool. If you're just with him, like, he'll start saying...
Is this guy doing the interview on his fucking phone?
You shouldn't say that. Don't say that to anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, keep that one to yourself.
Gavin's behavior and responses to investigators, framed within the context of what family and old friends and acquaintances have said, serve as an opportunity for a unique insight into a crime that no one anticipated. This interrogation occurred less than a day after Gavin bludgeoned Aaron to death, but shortly after he sits, he lightheartedly, mechanically asks,
"How's your morning been so far?"
Busy.
Busy?
Yeah.
Mark this heavy contrast as our first behavioral observation of Gavin. He displays no visible signs of remorse. Just as we observed in Ellen, Gavin appears unfazed by the seriousness of his past actions and present situation. Whereas Ellen initially presented as emotionally flat, Gavin teeters on the edge of jovial. This is the start of what is known as the Reed technique. The first step in such technique is isolation, which they've done for an extended period. The second step deployed here is called maximization. The Reed technique recommends 5 minutes of isolation, but Gavin has been isolated for hours, with the exception of an officer keeping a close watch on him. Following isolation and maximization, the Reed method incorporates 3 primary categories: fact analysis, investigative interview, and interrogation. As part of the fact analysis step, investigators gather the facts involved in the case and analyze them to search for motive, potential to commit the crime, and likelihood to commit the crime. Law enforcement will use both dependent and independent corroborating evidence in this stage. During this stage, investigators develop a full understanding of the crime scene and other relevant aspects of the crime.
All right. So, me and Jim have spent about 4 hours with, you probably know him as Mike.
Yeah, wow.
And Detective Stephanie Smith has spent about the same amount of time with Ellie. And I just want to throw some things at you. So all I want you to do right now is just listen to me.
Okay.
And let you know what's going on, okay?
Step 1. Positive confrontation. At this point, the investigators have acquired enough evidence to reasonably suspect that Gavin committed the crime. As part of positive confrontation, the primary investigator lays it all out on the table, objectively stating the facts. He does this in an intentionally soft, soothing voice to appear non-threatening and to give Gavin a false sense of security.
Mike took us out to East Antelope and pointed out the tarp, and we have people out there right now recovering Ellie's dad. He's deceased. Ellie's dad was basically wrapped up in a blanket and a tarp and taken out and dumped.
The investigator opts to use words that are non-accusatory while presenting the evidence. He does not say, "You took his body and dumped it." He says, His body was taken out and dumped. The latter is passive voice as opposed to active. Controlling suspects' levels of resistance and defensiveness is critical to the success of an interrogation.
We don't know if this is something that's been planned out a long time ahead or if this was just like last night, you guys decide to go over there and get Ellie the hell out of a bad situation.
The investigator implements step 2, theme development here. He frames the crime from a perspective that fulfills Gavin's moral justifications. This is the investigator's moral theme. If Gavin murdered Aaron, he did it to protect Ellen. This will occur and build as the interrogation progresses. The investigators pre-planned this, likely structuring it around information gleaned from other sources like
Gavin was only protecting Ellie.
We will call the investigators' theme development the hero theme.
This isn't a matter of when it happened, where it happened, who was involved. It's more a matter of why this happened and what was going on through all of you guys' minds at the time. We don't take sides in these kind of cases. We're basically truth seekers. We're here to seek the truth as to what happened. And Ellie has been 100% cooperative with us.
Are you Ellie? No. What's your name? I have the right to remain silent.
And then how long have you known Ellie?
Ellie, it's been almost a year now, I'd say.
Okay. Boyfriend, girlfriend?
It's only about 6 months.
There's some information that Ellie might be pregnant. Has she told you that? Okay.
Gavin confirms that he was both dating and sleeping with Ellen. That is, he confirms that he was both dating and sleeping with a minor. It took a handful of seconds for this investigator to prompt Gavin to admit to a statutory offense.
He would like hang around middle schools. When he had turned 18 is when everybody like found out that he was with like a 15-year-old. People were automatically like, okay, bro, like that's not cool. And a lot of people stopped talking to him. And he wanted her at any cost. No one else could have her.
Because Gavin shows little resistance and doesn't reject or deny the investigator's accusations, the investigator can bypass steps 3 and 4 of the Reed interrogation technique, handling denials and overcoming objections. Instead, he jumps straight into step 5 of the Reed technique, procurement and retention of suspects' attention. The investigator must guide Gavin's attention away from the potential repercussions of the crime and back to the main theme. He does this through minimization or through rationalizing that the crime was not that serious of an offense.
You guys are only, what, 3-4 years apart? A little over 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the investigator's redirection here, Gavin is back in the hero mindset. From Gavin's perspective, investigators are only concerned about Aaron's abuse of his daughter, not his murder, and Gavin has exactly the information they need.
Her dad's an alcoholic, and he goes and she said that he's beaten her and locked her in the bathroom before and stuff.
Has she ever told you that anything in regards to?
That was just recently. That's what set me off. So.
Okay.
This is a turning point. In just over 10 minutes, Gavin has fully bought into the hero theme. The next steps are crucial to the success of the interrogation. They almost have a full confession, but sticking true to the Reed method, the investigator immediately continues as though Gavin merely commented on the state of the weather. The hero approach to theme development was Gavin's Achilles heel, his greatest weakness. His crime was gruesome and ruthless, but he seemed to desire to be a hero as much as he desired to be a villain. Among the dozens of friends and acquaintances we interviewed, only one confirmed a possible explanation as to why this theme worked so well for investigators.
He was very protective of the people he cared about. Actually, how we met, I was bad-mouthing a couple people, not realizing that he was connected to those people. They had pissed me off, and for whatever reason, I just wanted to talk shit, and he gave me a black eye.
Although Jacob laughed it off, the example he gave supports the theory that Gavin possesses a low anger threshold, meaning he's anger-prone. Some might argue that Gavin's actions display extreme loyalty, whereas others might protest that they served as outlets for his aggression.
When did she tell you about that, and what did she tell you?
That was yesterday.
What's your understanding of what he did to Ellie?
He basically laid next to her naked and started.
And then so you mentioned that kind of set you off, upset you. Obviously, it would upset me too.
This is an empathy statement.
Come on, you don't lay next to your kids and do that stuff. Didn't we learn anything from Tom Brown? I'm just kidding. In a video game.
Thing that encourages reciprocity. Establishing reciprocity, in this case emotional reciprocity, in an interrogative setting is a form of persuasion. If the investigator provides a small favor, the suspect may feel a need to return it, thereby lowering resistance. The empathy statement also creates an opportunity for Gavin to elaborate on what he meant when he said he lost it. But the investigator quickly moves on once Gavin responds. Linguistic analysis involves the interpretation of words and phrases in context. So is a transitional expression. The simple linguistic interpretation here is that Gavin wants to move on from this topic of conversation. The investigator intuits this and immediately resumes asking questions along the lines of the hero theme.
And then, so what was the plan going over to Ellie's last night? Was it to pick up her belongings and get her out of that situation?
To pick her up some stuff and get her out of there, yeah.
Okay.
He's held me at gunpoint before.
He what?
He's threatened my life and held me at gunpoint before.
Aaron has over at his house?
And then there was one time he came over banging on my door because he was all mad. I actually called you guys for that because I was like, I didn't want to go out the door, look out the window, or see anything because I didn't know if he had a gun or not. But
how long ago was that you called us?
I think it was a month ago.
And then when was the situation where he pointed a gun at you? Where was that? Where did that happen and how long ago was that?
Gavin describes his interactions with Aaron as being characterized by fear. He claims that Aaron threatened him more than once. Beyond Gavin's reports of Aaron's threatening behavior, Ellen claimed to him that Aaron abused her. The fear response is an evolutionary physiological survival mechanism that's triggered in reaction to perceived impending harm. It's otherwise termed the fight or flight response, which includes the following reactions: fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. We'll discuss the fight or flight response concerning Gavin as the interrogations progress.
So I went over to his house one time. This was where I knew that he didn't like me or whatever. And, I came over and he's like, what the hell are you doing here? And then I'm like, I was here to say hi to Ellie. She said that I was to come over. And he's like, no. So he grabbed a gun and was like, get the f*** out of here. I'm giving you 20 seconds.
Did Ellie witness that?
No. I don't know what caused him to not like me anymore.
Okay.
So he was really chillaxed. I mean, he was, of course, being
really
like
chillax.
Dad.
He was chillax until he was dead ass.
Yeah, I understand.
Does he drink a lot?
So yes, he is an alcoholic.
If Aaron suffered from alcoholism, Ellen could have been in a considerably unstable environment. Children of individuals who struggle with alcoholism are more likely to develop mental illness. Moreover, and in reference to Ellen's claims, greater consumption of alcohol relates to greater rates of inappropriate, unwanted advances.
So you get this text yesterday, last night, and when you got over there, what time of the morning do you think it is now that you guys arrived?
It was 2:30 in the morning.
2:30 in the morning? Is when you guys get there? Okay.
Gavin must be in his hero mindset, believing that the investigators view his crime as morally justifiable. Once Gavin is primed to be more receptive, open, and honest, the primary investigator dives into information gathering. Note that the second investigator is present to ensure proper execution of Step 9 of the Reed interrogation technique, converting an oral confession into a written confession. A third party witnesses and writes down suspects' confessions.
Where is she at when you first see her?
She's poking her head out the window, being like, "Hey, come on in."
Out of her bedroom window? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you and RJ do at that point?
At that point, RJ was like, "Okay," and then
yeah.
gas bubble or something.
Okay.
I go in the window. RJ waits outside.
He waits outside,
Yeah.
and then do the bags start getting passed out the window?
Yeah.
How many bags do you think she has ready to go at that point when you get there?
Gavin appears calm and collected, unaffected by his present circumstances. However, as the investigator probes more deeply into the specifics of that night, Gavin crosses his arms tightly over his chest. This is a self-pacifying behavior, a self-hug meant to reduce stress and regulate emotions.
When we got there, she had 4 bags. She had a guitar.
The pellet rifle.
The pellet rifle, yeah. And then she had like a makeup kit and then another thing in it.
So now it's you and Ellie in the bedroom, and you mentioned that Dad heard you. Did Dad hear you guys in there? Or did...
well, he got up, and then Ellie was like, oh, I'll just go out and act like I'm going to the bathroom or whatever. Because, I mean, I didn't want this guy to come in and start beating the crap out of me.
So how'd the conversation go between Ellie and her dad at that point when she's saying, I got up and went to go pee?
And he's like, all right, well, stop scaring me with all the people trying to break in lately. And I was like, wait, what? Because that was the first night we had gone. I mean, we went over there last night, but, I mean, we didn't go for it because her dad's girlfriend was there.
Okay.
Saturday night.
So you'd went over Saturday night to try to get her out of there.
Yeah. I know I'm in serious trouble, aren't I?
Well, we need to figure out what happened. And, you know...
You're fine, dude. I'm sure you'll be okay.
Here, but, so, now...
It's not like you fucking killed somebody, right?
20 minutes before Ellie interacts with her dad.
His tone is even, and his responses are level, but when Gavin removes his jacket, we can reasonably assume that he is more stressed than he's letting on. Actions like tugging at a shirt collar or removing clothing, as Gavin does here, may be referred to as ventilating behaviors. When circumstances are heating up, humans may lean on these behaviors to cool down.
And I know this is going to be a little bit difficult to talk about, Gavin, but you got to be 100% honest.
Come on, Gavin.
What happens next?
So then Ellie got out, and they waited in the car, and then...
Ellie went to the car?
Yeah.
Did she go out the window or the front door?
She went out the window.
Okay.
As Gavin answers, he rubs his nose. While nose touching under high-stress circumstances does not necessarily indicate deception, it does indicate heightened stress. It appears that Gavin's feelings of discomfort are building.
Absolutely.
And when you said they waited in the car, are you talking about RJ and her? I can tell you that the car is seen on video on a surveillance camera at a neighbor's house, leaving at about 5:50 in the morning.
Damn.
If you're getting into the bedroom at about 2:30, you're talking about 3 hours until you guys leave. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. That entire 3-hour time, what's going on inside the bedroom? I mean, what's the purpose of waiting so long?
We were trying to wait for him to fall asleep again so that we could get out.
Okay.
And then he starts to wake up, and I just acted on instinct, and I don't know what I was doing.
We know that Gavin was aware of what he was doing, but it appears that he displays little to no signs of discomfort or deception in this moment.
And then, like, I just kept hitting him until he stopped, and I heard, like, gurgling, you know.
Jesus. Oh, he's just like full on confessing to the whole fucking murder. Okay, dude. All right, dead.
Next, Gavin does something unexpected.
I know you are, and I know this is difficult. And that's what we're...
Gavin's doing something. What, is this really that unexpected?
Let me ask you this, Gavin. Were you upset because of everything that Ellie had told you? Okay.
I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want to kill him.
Right, but why not at 4:30 when you know she has the keys? Why not just everybody go out the window and leave?
Ellie hates her parents. She doesn't want to go back there again. She wanted him dead, but I didn't want to kill him. And I was like, I'm not gonna kill him. She was all like, no, I don't want him around it. I don't want him around my sisters anymore. I mean, I'm so sorry.
Whoops.
I'm in prison for murder, aren't I?
Yeah,
well,
bro.
That's what we need to figure
you
out.
Fucking here, bro. What are you doing?
Was, and it's important to know.
I'm trying to protect Ellie.
Okay.
My boss will try it.
So do you think that Ellie could have influenced Gavin?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would never see my nephew acting in that behavior of brutally killing somebody. From my point of view and everybody else, you know, my family, we all agree that Ellie was 100% at fault.
It was not long before Gavin admitted to his role in executing Aaron's murder. As opposed to Ellen, he put up little to no resistance, immediately acknowledging that the events that morning had transgressed and that he had solely swung the bat that killed Aaron. Russell would prove even less resistant, uninhibitedly spilling nearly all details involved in the crime. Just as Gavin stated he was doing, Russell insisted that he was protecting Ellen. What we are about to observe is among the most bizarre behavior we have seen in an interrogation up to this point.
What do these bottom connectors do?
Is that a camera right there?
Uh-oh.
I'd rather not have a camera aimed at me.
I don't. We can talk to the board, but I think they're required to. So it's not good.
Like
I've had a body cam all day. I mean,
well, yeah, but see, I don't.
My friend, we're recorded wherever we go. You know that.
Even the police bathroom?
Seems like it. Probably, yeah. You have a seat, man. That way I can sit down.
Well, you can sit down.
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed to sit unless you're sitting. So that way I can sit. Well.
Russell tries to show dominance and control by stating he doesn't want to be recorded, and then after the officer tells him he can sit down, he replies, "You can sit down." This immediately shows he's trying to display his lack of fear of authority. Of the three who participated in the crime earlier that morning, Russell appears to be the least impacted. While Gavin's behavior evolved from casually
Sigma male right
to
there.
distraught, and Ellen's from flat to angry, Russell's is steadily lighthearted and upbeat. His conduct is eccentric, driven by a variety of psychological factors that will break down as his interrogation progresses.
My mom kind of took him under her wing, trying to help him. He mentioned that he's autistic, and so he has trouble finding work. And it wasn't too long before that my youngest son was diagnosed with autism. So that was our kind of like our instant connection. He did a lot of family things with us. He spent Easter with us. He's gone to dinners with us. So we're pretty close. I mean, he calls me his sister. He calls my mom.
Really? It sounds good, though.
It's kind of a nice place.
Yeah, it's probably soundproof so that people,
well, people can get loud in holding cells. Because sometimes we bring, like, drunks here from driving.
Drunks are the worst.
Oh,
yeah.
Drunks.
Not a big fan of them.
Not a big fan of them.
Let me tell you about this guy that I just watched get murdered.
Russell persistently claims that he owns a protection business. He unshakingly asserts this, and the police don't at any point question it. When individuals are convinced of something untrue despite all evidence indicating otherwise for an extended period, they're said to hold a delusion. Oftentimes, delusions are bizarre, meaning they're highly improbable or not set in reality. E.g., an individual consistently believes that the neighbor reads minds. Other times, delusions are non-bizarre, involving beliefs that are within the realm of possibility, e.g., consistently believing one is being followed. Russell's
Why would you say
protection business
E.G.?
could be a delusion.
E.g.
While outside of the norm, it could nonetheless be true, qualifying as non-bizarre. We would require additional information, such as input from friends and those Russell claims to protect, to determine this.
But I try not to resort to violence.
Good.
I always try and talk to the person.
Yeah.
Her father is a drunk, compared to what she's told me. And I've only talked to him over the phone probably once or twice. He's really not that good of a father.
Really?
Yeah. He,
Her father?
Yeah.
Who is her father's name, you know?
All I know him as
If I know.
is Aaron. That's all I know. Of course, then again, I know, like, Aaron Martinez, Aaron, her father, but I don't know his last name. And I know Aaron Novi. So.
Okay.
Russell starts rambling, and the investigator allows him to do this. This is a strategy to keep the accused talking so they feel comfortable. And the more comfortable a person feels, the more likely they are to say something incriminating. This is also a way for the officer to build trust.
I met him when I was living in Medford, working at a place called the Purple Parrot. He was trying to find a job so he could find a place to live because he was homeless. He was very sweet, very clean cut, you know, very nice. He's just a savior. That's all he wanted to do was help people. You know, all his life he was let down. He went from foster home to foster home to foster home. So I would let him come in to get warm. And then one day, he didn't even have a coat. And it was like 3 degrees. And I go, where are you going? And he said, well, I'm just going to walk around until McDonald's opens. And I'm like, no.
Did Jesse ever bring back that guy who talked about the girl who was in danger or whatever from the mob that he was supporting with his high salary? The guy emails me every now and then, but yeah, I mean, I feel like, I think his story is true, but I'm pretty sure he's getting scammed. He just doesn't realize it. And nothing I say, that dude is like super locked into that. Like he just, yeah. But I mean, hey, that's his life.
Oh, no, you're going to come home with me so you'll be warm. You know, I felt like, you know, enough was enough. You know, this poor kid needs some help, and no one's going to help him.
I think it was like a good 2 years that he was in our lives. Mostly in my mom's life. Like he really did become like a son to her anytime he was looking for help or
It's one of Andrew
willing to
Tate's
take
girls. It's one
help.
of Andrew. Good job, guys. Oh my God, and your names are
Russell
similar
stated
too.
previously
Nice.
that he's diagnosed with autism. As a neurodiverse individual, Russell likely struggles with certain aspects of communication. Although he largely displays well-developed social skills, he exhibits circumstantial speech here. The various individuals named Aaron are not directly related to the conversation at hand. We'll continue to observe examples that support this diagnosis, as well as others, throughout the interrogation.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I've ever met her father before.
Yeah.
I don't think I've met her before.
You don't want to.
I've never met you, and I don't think I've met
He had
other guy
a hunting rifle. Yeah.
Is it a nice one, or?
I've never seen it.
Oh, okay.
I've never met
How'd
her.
you know he had one?
She told me.
Okay.
Because he
like
likes
that,
to drink a lot.
Oh, okay.
So. And
Have you played any of the Anno
the reason
games?
why I was
Yeah.
helping her
Yeah, they were
was
okay.
Because he went into her room and laid next to her.
Uh-oh.
I don't like where this is going. Really? She tell you that?
Yeah. And that's why I got her out.
Okay.
So, yeah, we went down to the park. We met up there. I told her just like leave everything.
Yeah.
And just like get the hell out of there. Grab like a
What
bag
park?
of clothes. Union, I think.
He says Union is a question, with his voice trailing upward. These are both indications that he may be lying. He hasn't said prior to this, so it's not a normal pattern of his speech, and answering a question with the inflection of a question shows uncertainty in your answer, either because you're lying or aren't confident in the response being correct.
But I've always been kind of a protector of people, so. Okay.
This isn't the first time Russell has claimed to be a protector of people.
He looks out for people, and I think that he takes it a little too far. One of my family members drank a lot, and he wanted to go over and beat him up because he was emotionally abusive to me. I really disagree on what he did, but I think
Yeah,
that
you
he
probably
had
should have
the
murdered
right
him, but
intentions. He would always
it's always in the right place.
a jacket off his back. I mean, he did it in the worst way, but he just cares.
And he also had this grand idea of creating a community for homeless people or just young people that need help, that don't have help. So it's like he was always trying to go out and resource that, like trying to build that up. He still does. He still talks about that. People looked at him like a protector, and he really liked that. It made him feel valued, gave him a sense of purpose, because that was another problem. He didn't really have a sense of purpose. He was just kind of left in the wind.
Unless people piss me off, then they become the, not really target in the
Wait,
bad
fuck, sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, sorry.
Just like target as in like someone that needs a firm talking to. Okay. Or a slap across the face, depending on the situation.
How much do they pay you for that? Have you been paid yet, or?
Not financially. No. Because I can't legally work with the SSI.
Yeah.
Because I can only work under the table.
Let's see if we can
jobs,
launch
and
with this.
Those don't.
How much SSI do you get?
$7.35 plus a $22 check.
Net a month?
Yeah.
Russell begins giving the officer details of his family and personal life, which is a good indication he's developed trust with him. The investigators enter the room, and the officer asks one of them to step out.
Can I talk to you for just a quick minute? Hey, take care, buddy.
You too.
Likely to brief him on what they discuss that is relevant to the case, to see if he is consistent, and possibly to also let him know a little about his personality. So the investigator knows the best approach and techniques to deploy in getting what he needs from the interrogation.
Before we get too wrapped up in this thing, I just got here to work.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to explain why we're here today for you and just have
I don't even know why I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to have you just sit and listen to what the story is. And
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing to hide. So.
Okay, good. You were very cooperative with
Yeah.
us on that last deal.
Fuck, hold on 1 sec. Ah. You know my phones? Melly Mel. Guys, where did I put my phone? What? No. What the fuck? Okay, I sit here. My phone either gets plugged into the charger or I set it in front of me. How the fuck do I not have my cell phone? What did you have at last? I don't know. Check your pockets? It's not my fucking pockets. What the fuck? Where could I possibly have had it? I think it's on silent. I don't think it's gonna like vibrate if anybody calls me or anything. What? If I knew where I lost it, I'd probably have it, I would imagine. No, I don't think so. Okay, Nelly, you moved it. I haven't. You must have. What do you think I have? What? Because I only put it in like 2 spots. Yeah, I don't know why you did. I just know you did. I know you did. You have. I don't know why you're lying about it. Jesus. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Jesus.
Except for when the car like drove up onto the sidewalk, I was like a little bit startled.
Yeah, surprised, right?
Not too surprised in my line of work.
And then they told me to get on the ground, and I was trying to go on the ground.
Okay.
And they actually like helped me onto the ground. So, like they told me to get on the ground, so I'm trying to get on the ground. You don't have to push my ass. Seriously. Seriously? I can do it on my own, damn it.
Ooh.
Take a moment to place yourself in Russell's shoes.
Oh, this
is more than
wiring is
likely
wrong.
not something someone would say to a member of law enforcement in this situation. It's not tactical, let alone remotely helpful. He does this countless times, and it becomes increasingly clear that there are some other disturbing factors at play surrounding his involvement in the crime.
But you seem like a nice guy. The guy that I was talking to seemed like a nice guy, so.
No Sprite.
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Now all I need is a cigarette and I'll be happy. But I doubt we can, though.
You want to get a smoke?
Sure.
Do you have any smoke? I got some in my desk.
What is
Are we
happening?
allowed to smoke now?
Yeah, we can go outside and smoke.
Oh,
You want
outside.
to go outside and have a cigarette real quick?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, because I smoke, I talk better when I have a cigarette.
Yeah, he smokes. He smokes weed. Yeah.
Stressed out, and I don't know what's going on.
The investigators give Russell a drink and allow him to go out and have a cigarette. Both things are done to further put him at ease and to gain favor with him. Sometimes it's used as a carrot to get someone to confess, and they will tell the person that they can smoke after they tell them what happened, etc. People being interrogated are sometimes not yet under arrest, so they can leave if they want to, and they certainly cannot be forced to speak. The police try to make them feel less inclined to want to leave by giving them food and drinks and cigarette breaks, and so as not to violate any due process rights. Russell proceeds to tell investigators everything they need to know.
Did you see this from Sharp? Okay, what? Throws his...
He's probably got more money than I do, and his wife is much younger and much hotter than my girlfriend. I'll give him that.
Why would you say this? What? It's not only is it just unnecessary, it's so fucking creepy. His wife is younger.
But would you...
Okay, we'll watch this later, okay? Jesus.
You can sit in that chair over there. Okay. And we'll bring your food in. I've got the... Oh, okay. Let me have your pop bottle. Yeah. All right.
Ooh, some Mickey D's. Perfect. After my murder spree.
As has been the case with Russell so far, we have few words to explain what exactly it is that happens next.
That's not actually nice in the hospital ones. Hospital ones are kind of mean.
Okay.
Over the next few minutes, Russell continues to narrate his experience eating McDonald's French fries, but he also behaves in ways which we really don't know how to describe.
You know, go good with these.
There we go. What kind of speed are we pushing here?
No.
Part of the Reed interrogation technique discussed earlier involves isolation, or letting suspects sit on their own without much stimulation or social interaction.
Wait, did I just take a hit?
The goal is to increase suspects' feelings of panic or wanting to escape. It seems that Russell responds differently to attempts at isolation than most others. Between his dramatic displays of odd behavior, he begins to leak disturbing information critical to the case. We begin to receive small doses of the terrifying truth.
It wasn't really self-defense so much as it was defending her.
Oh shit, we are getting hit.
You're listening in on my conversations, aren't you?
Good one. The natural YouTuber.
Off. Yeah. I don't care if you're fed or not. I can still twist your little mind. Don't piss me off.
Nothing appears to register for Russell in terms of the gravity of his situation. He's unashamedly confrontational with law enforcement when they're out of sight. He holds delusions of grandeur specifically related to power. These types of delusions often form when individuals have been in abusive situations in which they were powerless.
And I think that's really why he went to go help, well, what he thought was helping these people that he got wrapped up in.
I mean, literally, for his 21st birthday, he had never had a party. I made him a cake. We had a little party at my daughter's house. He ran around with the kids, so even though he's 21, he was playing with 10-year-old, you know, and having a great time. I let him to be a little kid because he told me he never got to be a little kid. For kids that are high functioning, they're, you know, very giving, loving. They just want acceptance.
Damn, she kind of threw him under the bus there. Just called him a little retard.
Nice. Very nice guy. He was actually pretty good too. Very understanding. Actually bought me food last time. Huh. And this time. Maybe I should talk to him more often.
Because Russell continues to talk and is making useful and incriminating statements, the investigator will likely let him sit in the room alone, talking for as long as he continues to do so.
No, I ain't no rat.
Russell had numerous encounters with law enforcement leading up to this moment. There are several charges on his record preceding this crime, including sodomy and abuse in the 3rd degree.
Jesus.
I wonder if I can be an undercover agent. Ooh, a really long one. I understand, sir.
There's evidently no one in the room with Russell, so he's either vocalizing an imagined dialogue or hearing someone who's not there. If the latter is true, this could be an auditory hallucination, meaning that Russell is hearing something non-existent. This, coupled with his delusions, would strongly indicate that he is in a state of psychosis. Individuals commonly reference the word psychotic when they see others acting in an aggressive,
psychosis,
unusual,
really?
unstable, or other abnormal manner. But the technical definition involves issues with reality testing.
You sure he's not just
distinguishing
hyper-autistic?
between what is objectively real and what is objectively not real. Behavioral manifestations may include delusions or hallucinations, and we know that at a minimum, Russell experiences delusions. We'll later see that Russell previously commented that he suffers from bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder creates abnormal swings from neutral mood states to periods of abnormally high energy and/or irritability or mania, to periods of abnormally low energy and/or sadness or depression. This mental illness, affecting nearly 2.6% of the United States population, is the country's 6th leading cause of disability, and it tracks that Russell is on that list. Up to this point, we've witnessed particularly strange behavior, but none so strange as what follows.
Damn, I was still getting hit.
You do know I know you're listening, right? So listen here. Ellie Fryer is my client, my protectee. I would like to see her. Asking. Being polite. I know you're looking directly at me, aren't you? The information I gave is not worth $6. It's worth a lot, more.
Russell behaves as though he's a supervillain. He's so removed from the reality of the situation that it may prove difficult to imagine the events that occurred earlier that day.
Oh, seems normal to me.
When he accidentally turns off the recording device, he seems surprised that he can do so and begins playing with it. The gravity of the situation he's in is clouded, but we don't yet know by what. He's visibly happy with this new sense of control he feels by being able to turn the recording device on and off.
Red means you can't hear me. Green, you can. Gavin and Ellie are to be released to me because the assault her father did the morning of the incident, defending a female. Now here's the thing. I know the cops' twisted little pathetic rule game. And actually, sometimes I like to think that I invented the rule book. I'm not exactly bragging.
Damn, I can just put a booster here?
I use reverse psychology, which makes me be able to...
Russell steeples his hands, which is a gesture to indicate superiority over those you're speaking to.
Tate fan.
Make you think it's not Gavin, but in fact, your own kid. By reverse psychology.
It's the top G.
Making you look like the lunatic. We can play it the easy way or the hard way. I'm talking nice. You got two choices. One, put a bullet through my head, or two, for all the evidence that I gave you guys, right there on a silver platter, right there, down to the last detail. Not one thing missing. A whole list, step by step by step. Even a third grader could read how easy that was. For one, Ellie is still technically a minor.
Russell is speaking to the officers in a condescending tone and looking at a non-existent watch. He's under the delusion that because he has confessed every detail of the crime step by step, they owe him something now.
You want to play hardball? I played baseball when I was younger. I wouldn't go there. And I know everything that I'm saying is being recorded, and I'm doing it on purpose.
250.
I can easily turn the speaker off and rant, and then you guys will come in thinking I'm a loony because you don't hear me. Here's the thing. I'm not the one with the donut fetish. Give a cop a donut, and he'll want a coffee to go with it. Give a mouse a cookie, and he'll want a glass of milk. Give a moose a muffin, and he'll want something else. But here's my favorite one. What is it when a cop car is towed by a tow truck? Pulled pork.
Haha, Giga Chad.
When the officers don't respond to his threats, Russell begins making police jokes and using police stereotypes. He continues on his narcissistic rant and delusions of having control and dominance in this situation.
So, we can either tell pig jokes all day, or we can have a little chat. I'm very, good at convincing people. And I don't even use hypnosis. I think I just said
Again, Russell speaks to someone who is not there. This is either a hallucination or vocalized internal dialogue.
So, Ellie is to be handed over to me as soon as you guys can get her here. 2, Gavin is released so that when Ellie's kid is born, it can have a father.
Ellen had faked a pregnancy, and there was talk that she used this as a tool to motivate Gavin and Russell to kill Aaron.
When she first got locked up,
damn,
she was trying to tell everybody she was pregnant. She was not pregnant.
Damn. Savage.
She was pregnant?
I've known for about 2 weeks now.
2 weeks?
Savage.
Okay. Did you tell Ellie you don't want to kill him?
I told her, like, I don't want to do this. I told her that like, I didn't want to kill him.
So when these kind of things happen, Gavin, there's usually something that clicks and you make a decision on what you're going to do.
The investigator starts establishing premeditation, which is required for a first-degree murder charge.
How long before you hit Dad with the bat does that conversation come up?
She's been talking about it.
What? Oh my
And
god.
I thought that I'm not skate stream because of the broken rib after all the years of adaptive right.
Oh, this girl hurts. I'm pretty sure it was her. Was posting like a million fucking comments. What the fuck? Trying to get like her fucking XQC coverage to go fucking viral. Holy shit.
Alright, that's enough. What? Oh my god.
And I thought that
I'm not
skate stream because of the broken rib after all the years of adaptive right.
Alright, that's enough.
For a long time, I tried to be civil with Aaron and stuff. I was like, should I offer to go and have a cup of coffee and discuss why he has beef with me?
So going back to you guys getting there around 2:30 in the morning, is it possible you got there earlier than 2:30?
I mean, we were union.
That's Eva Lovia, Lympheo, really famous porn star? Wait, is it actually? Because she has like 4,000 subs on her channel or something.
Let's go over the divorce document.
No, it's not this. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find the video. Oh, someone in chat was being stupid. Okay, never mind. Fuck, I'm not gonna find a video.
It like about 1:30.
And did you guys have to wait around for a little while?
We did. Ellie was like, just wait till he falls asleep and come in.
And where did you grab the bat from? Where did you grab the bat from?
Yeah, Rodney, so I just wasn't sure if it was really leaving that fast.
No,
I couldn't even
wanted
put fuel in.
that for myself.
Didn't you tweet it recently? I don't know. did I?
Ironically, the bat that Gavin wanted to keep for himself, the bat that Gavin used to beat Aaron to death, was the bat that Aaron had on hand for protection. At best, Gavin used the murder weapon that was most convenient. At worst, Gavin took pleasure in this irony, claiming an ultimate power by using Aaron's sense of safety and security as a weapon against him,
Jesus.
and walking out the door with it. Perhaps Gavin desired the bat for himself as a trophy.
So now you're walking from Ellie's room with the bat, and the plan for you is to walk out the front door.
That's what I mean, Ellie wanted me to kill him, but I didn't want to. I was planning on just walking straight out the front door.
Did you play along with Ellie and say, okay, I'll kill him?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
But then he woke up.
Did you tell Ellie how you were going to kill him?
No.
Did she ever mention, hey, use the bat?
Well, she said that if I wanted to, I could, and I was like, it's not that hard to punch someone in the throat.
Punch someone in the throat?
Here, Gavin displays an out-of-place, boastful sense of pride over holding violence-related knowledge. This is a strong indicator of aggressive tendencies. Family and numerous friends and acquaintances confirm that Gavin held a violent streak. Another of Gavin's close old friends shared the following.
We used to get together and like play football or different things like that with a bunch of guys we knew. And a couple different times he ended up punching somebody, or like I think he broke someone's nose at one point. And then a couple other times, yeah, sort of unprovoked, kind of fight somebody at our youth group. It was more of just a one or two thing, and then he would walk away. It's not like he was trying to kill somebody at that time, obviously.
How are there still 2 hours left in this? Should we watch the rest of this, or because I got a lot of other shit to look at? Fuck it, we'll bank this for now, and we'll see what else we got going on. Did you see the fucking dumb shit that Mr. Girl is fucking... Why would you say this on stream? He's so stupid. Or he's not stupid, he thinks so much of himself.
Out of your shot weren't able to predict. But I think in my life, it's been a long time. Okay, I have a prequel to the Tinder story. I just realized. I messaged a woman on Model Mayhem and asked her to take pictures of me masturbating. She agreed. She came over to my apartment in Bed-Stuy. And she's kneeling on the bed and taking pictures of me. And I said,
hey,
we'd been going for a bit, and I was like, can I put my hand on your leg? And she just shrugged and just didn't say anything. And I was like, can I put my hand on your, I want to touch your leg. Can I put my hand on your leg? And she was like, I'm not going to answer that. Now, if you've ever modeled before, touching or going near the photographer is a big no-no. So is touching the model or going near the model. Like, even if the shoot is very sexual, even if it's like porn, there is a barrier, a professional barrier that you are really not to cross under any circumstances. It's very, very uncouth and like rapey to do so. So I grabbed her fucking leg. She shuffled closer to me. I grabbed her ass. I helped myself. But it took me like a very long time to understand. See, now I just look him in the eye and I know. But then I think I was 26. I was 26. So then I was really confused by the situation. And then I'm like, so now I'm just not as confused. I get what the fuck is going on. But when I look back at a lot of sexual interactions, I understand.
I don't know why you would admit this and say this. I don't know. Oh, this is the girl.
HQC had a hard time breathing on his skate stream.
No, wait. Fuck, she has a YouTube channel. God damn. Why'd you link me the same fucking video?
You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna...
Oh!
in the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna...
And the full clip... Oh, wait, hold on. Uh-oh. Are we about to get context?
Can I hook up with you? What kind of vagina do you have? Is it an innie or an outie? Does it have beef curtains?
I'm gonna call the cops if you don't.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're annoying, dude.
Why are you calling me?
Because I want to fuck. My fat ass cock is ready to get hard for you.
Cops are coming right
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
It doesn't matter.
Fuck you, you little bitch, you little void. Oh, you little... Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out, chill out, chill out. Hey, chill out. Chill out. Chill out. You just kicked me in the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna...
Yeah, okay. That's not... At that point, when you're provoking the interaction, I don't think that counts as self-defense. Looks a lot different now. Uh-oh. All right.
As expected when I put the video out, people are asking me why I'm afraid to debate Destiny. The first comment here says, or the pinned comment says, so just debate him and prove him wrong. If not, stop whining about it and put your money where your mouth is, but you won't do because you're all bark and no bite.
Ooh.
That's your, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. All bark and no bite. Way to be a man and not confront someone you have a issue with. Why just keep ducking the blue-haired guy? At least he's open to have a discussion with you, but the red pill guy too scared to back up his BS.
Ooh.
My response was, haha, prove him wrong about what exactly? I don't know where he stands on anything. All he does is disagree with everybody, and so on and so forth. Here's my response. Here's my response to, and there were several comments.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I'll tell you is that I am not afraid to debate Destiny.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Never have been, never will be.
Okay.
Here's the issue.
What?
Destiny doesn't debate with anybody. He argues. He cuts people off. And once he talks over everybody, and once he starts talking, he just doesn't stop. Plus, he rarely allows people he's debating to finish their point or their thought. When he does this, he will derail the conversation. He will move the goalpost, or sometimes just change the subject. This is all by design, gentlemen. This is not an accident. Unless someone tells him, hey, like, stop cutting me off and let me finish, which has a tendency to make someone lose their train of thought, he keeps talking over and through the other person. That's not debating, gentlemen. This is bickering. This is arguing. When two people are talking over each other, cutting people off and getting loud with one another, that's not a debate. That's an argument.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what. The only way I will ever engage in a debate with Destiny is in a proper debate format. Meaning there is a neutral moderator. Each debater has a time limit on his responses.
Time limit?
And neither debater can interrupt the other debater during their speaking time. This way, nothing gets lost in translation. Each person can express their thoughts thoroughly, so everyone watching and listening understands their position, and also to avoid the debate devolving into